Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Flat Earth Travolta, JMails24, Unamento, M, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Cannabear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Morning, Eli.
Yeah, Elijah joined the Hangouts.
Didn't understand about that. Hello, Neil.
Yo.
What's up, Neil?
Yo, yo.
Oh, it's well, we can't mention days and hours. Okay. Well, it's another day then. What's everybody saying?
Did you all
Lots
catch
of forks in the road.
Did you catch the stream from yesterday? The 9-hour politics stream from about a month ago.
I did. What I noticed at the end, when there's hardly any moderation there, you got morons that come in. Well, we all know that anyway. But my question is this. Well, I know the answer. They keep coming because they're in serious pain. They can't reconcile what's going on. So they just keep coming in and spewing the same nonsense over and over again. Same people, same thing every day. Explained the same time over and over. They're still not getting it. So it's on them.
Yeah. Well, again, did you see QE stream last night?
That I missed.
He laboured a point that I thought was really valid, which is he was describing her, Sabine Hossenfelder, in her appeal to authority, but she's appealing to herself. Now, at first that wasn't particularly interesting, it's just relevant, but what became interesting was the fact that if you put yourself in the position of a globe believer going to Sabine's video, what are you looking for? What is it you're hoping to achieve by going to that video?
Confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias. So you want it confirmed that these stupid flat earthers don't know what they're talking about, and Earth's obviously a sphere because offers up lots of evidence for a ball, right? That's what you're going to be expecting when you go to Sabine Hossenfelder's video.
Yeah, but you're not getting it.
No.
That's my point. You're not getting it. So what keeps them in that position?
Been born and raised with a belief, and as far as they are concerned, it's not a belief, it's a fact. So they think this can't be happening. This is a fact. How could this possibly be? No, you were lied to. You thought it was a fact. It isn't. It's a belief.
You know, I just thought of something, or something just came to me, I should say. Because when Neil said that they're not getting it, I'm like, well, who's not getting it? Like the normal everyday people out there, or is it are you talking about the ones that we always talk to on Discord, or the anti-FE, or is it the FE guys, right? And then I realized, oh wow, like when you look at Christianity, right, they have you have different kinds of callings, right? You have an evangelist who draws people into the body of Christ, right? And then you have teachers who educate the body of Christ. In other words, they all have their own position, right? They all have their own role to play. And maybe it should be like that with the FE too. There should be those that, draw people to FE, but whatever means they're led. And their means may be much simpler, right? It might be simple stuff like just showing them NASA videos. And then once they are an FE, there should be like the teachers that take it deeper. Does that make sense?
Well,
Yeah, we
sounds
have
like you're
already.
trying to forgive certain people for being numpties.
No.
Yeah, you're trying to
I don't know why I
justify.
got
You're
that.
just trying to justify the actual numpties we do have in this arena for what they
Correct.
do.
I don't think.
You're
Was I doing
what's
that?
a list? What you're doing is you're listing out all the categories of numpties in flat Earth, and going, how can we assign them, designated positions that validate what they do? That's what you're doing.
All right, let's. Okay, you guys are looking at it out from. You guys are looking at it from a different angle. Okay.
Hold on a second. I know what you're saying, but you're forgetting one thing, Righteous. That was the body of Christ. They were knitly formed together, framed, right? As the Bible says. We're not knitly formed and framed together. You got people talking nonsense that are not in the body of flat Earth.
Yeah, okay. My response to you is that well, see, now you have a premise in there, and it's like, well, obviously there are these other people who may not be, focused on telling people how the Earth is flat. Maybe they'll go do something else, expose NASA. Da 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 da. Nathan is pointing out something. Nathan is giving you a perspective you didn't think about before you said what you said. So it's for you to grasp and understand. Because like I have these ironclad things where I'm like, oh, I can do this, oh, I can do that in business, and then someone will say, actually no, because X Y Z, and I'll go, oh, I didn't think of that. So ultimately, yeah, what you're saying is all of these other numpties, they have a place.
Wait,
But we can do better than that.
Nope.
wait.
That's what
let
I
me
said.
speak. Let me get another word in. Let me oversimplify this a little bit. Let's not overcomplicate this. What I was trying to point out is in Christianity, the role of the evangelist is to keep a very simple message to draw them into the kingdom of God, right? While the teacher's role is to
Earth is
take
measured flat,
is
or
to go
Jesus is
deeper,
our Lord and
Hello.
Savior.
He was
Very
in the middle of
simple.
something.
right? So, in other words, to draw people in, the message has to be simple, right? And then once they're in, you take them deeper. So, in other words, I was just saying, it feels
But
like FED is
Righteous, they were
supposed to be
all
more
in
like
one,
more.
but they were
Well, let
all
me
in one
finish.
Can't you let him
accord.
gather his thoughts for 2 seconds?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
but they were all
sometimes I
in
need
one
a little
accord
bit.
in Christianity.
Let me just get it out. I'm like, let me just, like Nathan said, let me get my thoughts out. Let me think about it. Let me have a little couple of pauses every now and then too. But the message is like FED seems to be more like a teacher role, right? And the teacher role may not necessarily, at its most advanced, right, may not necessarily be as effective as drawing people into FE, right? That's what I was trying to point out.
Yeah, I get you. It's like saying sex sells, and you go, no, my toothpaste is exceptionally good at strengthening enamel. No, put a naked lady on the toothpaste bottle and you'll sell it. No, I just need to lead with how good it strengthens enamel. No, you need a naked lady. Sex sells. Likewise,
I'm not saying,
fantasy sells. Fantasies sell much better than reality. The truth, people,
well, wait a
they can give or take. But Eli had the most valid point that was interrupted with, because we do have a simple message.
well, the thing I was saying, the role of the evangelist, even though he has a simple message, he's telling the truth. He's not going to tell you something. He's not going to sell you snake oil, right? So ultimately,
Well,
it's
that's
still done with the truth.
well. Talking about NASA is like wholly irrelevant to the conversation. Like, look, if you're
Correct.
talking about if you're talking about simple, and if you're saying we're the teachers of the body of Christ, then the evangelist message has to be Jesus is our Lord and Savior. And those motherfuckers outside, oh, excuse me, it's mad early.
That
Those
is
guys
terrible to do.
outside who are pulling people in have to say, hey, Earth is measured and practically used as flat. Because that's how
Bingo.
simple it is.
All right. Well, hold
Yes.
on a second. Well, you know what? I'll
Before,
just leave it at this for now. I'll just leave it at this for now.
yeah, table it because I want to know: has anybody heard any challenge to the measurements yet?
Nope.
Do you know why?
Because there is no challenge. Measurements are measurements. It's a done deal.
They know it's measured flat too. Remember, it's just so big we measure it flat.
Yeah, like I was arguing, I've been arguing, well, I've been going back and forth with somebody on Facebook for 24 hours. And the same message, and it wasn't leading with flat earth, that's the problem. But my message was still simple. And it was, all I'm saying is the claim is very clear. The distance to the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that claim is false. This guy has been talking about, what are you talking about? The size of the earth doesn't change. No matter how high above the earth, you're not further away from the earth. What are you talking? Like, people don't understand. Like, they have no idea. They don't, I gave him a diagram. I gave him a diagram. He said the maths are retarded. And I said, what?
No, Eli's 100% correct. They just don't understand.
You've
But
taken
look,
him too far.
but look, I'll go further and say no, they're just liars. Yeah, all
No,
of them,
I think
including family members, because like I asked the man, I said, okay, I said, well, you're not understanding me. I said, if I share with you a video of CFI investigators and Nat Geo debunking flat earthers, will you be able to agree or disagree with the information in the video? You know, he refuses to watch it.
There you have it. Same thing with my sister-in-law, Eli. What they're doing is they're trusting in all the authorities that have taught them this their whole lives. That's what it is with my sister-in-law. No matter what I show her, how it's measured flat, it cannot be. Everybody can't be wrong, and you dumb flat earthers are right.
Wait, what do you mean they can't be wrong?
Not agree, disagree.
Yeah, they can. Right.
No kidding.
They absolutely could be wrong. And if they're going against measurement, you can go ahead and say, yeah, you're wrong.
And I did.
Well,
It doesn't matter.
and I mean agree, disagree in the sense that, look, no. Because whenever I say the distance to the horizon is the claim, and that's false. There's no distance to the horizon. And they just don't understand it. So it's like what I've tried to do is say, well, you're not hearing me explain to you what you're supposed to be up on. So why don't I just share with you this Nat Geo video, and you tell me if they're debunking FE with the information that they're saying. If they say yes, they are, I'm just going to point out, well, did you realize that they missed the fact that the horizon's not actually at 1.2 miles, like they said? Now, if I told you that I had a Rolex on my arm and you looked at my arm and you didn't see a watch at all, you'd say, I don't see it there. So this woman is saying, okay, the horizon is 1.2 miles away. And I'm saying, I don't see it there. Where's the disconnect happening? Like,
Because they think there's other, I'll tell you why. They say there's other factors involved. There has to be a reason why you're seeing these things you're not supposed to see because they're already on the ball.
no, I'm
Because
not.
society
No. Look, see, you even went into their brain just there. I'm not seeing things I'm not supposed to see. I'm not seeing something someone is pointing and saying it's there. And I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah, in the case of the National
Elijah,
Geographic
you
video,
get
not
that.
only is it not there, what they're claiming to be a physical geometric obstruction, Earth curve, horizon, is beyond the thing that they're physically claiming is being obscured, and they've got a demonstration of where it's being obscured. So they say, look, at the distance we suggest maths will give us Earth curve is where this flag's getting distorted, therefore being blocked by Earth curve. You're like, the horizon's behind the boat. It's the end of your argument. It's the end of your claim.
I don't know. The Earth curve math never asserts that the surface is curving. It's just, I don't know. I can't say that they don't realize that themselves until they tell me.
they're heavily indoctrinated is all I'm trying to say. I understand what you're saying, Eli, but I'm telling you what my sister-in-law would say. They're indoctrinated, and they're trusting everybody that taught them this, and it's still it's coming on the TV every day space, the moon, this, commercials, everything.
Neil, how you gonna feel when your son comes home one day and he says, "Oh my God, Dad, I'm so sorry. It makes so much sense. I've been watching this guy named Witsit, and he breaks it down so."
Yeah. Unfortunately, those are the laughing stocks. That's what's keeping them away. Craig he points them out
Yeah.
to me all the time.
Is that
Yeah.
so?
Look
Hold
what
on.
he's talking
That's
about.
interesting. So you're saying that he does watch Witsit, and then he mocks Witsit to you?
Well, he's aware of them coming on all the time. He pulls out their nonsense. Yeah, keep believing in ether. All you flat earthers, ether this and whatever they talk about, I don't know. But he'll stumble across it and he'll throw it in my face, the feast of nonsense.
The ether that the planets are propagating through, that they're swimming around in like a big fish bowl of water, that ether or heliocentrism.
Yes. So he finds them and it gets thrown in my face. That's why I can't stand the nonsense. They don't make us look good. And especially going on, my son watches Alex Jones. He was laughing. He said, is this guy a global or a flat earther? Which one is it?
Well, he did claim the sky was curving, the stars were super far away, and there was a invisible container somewhere. I don't know if that's really flat earthers' claims.
No.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I said, we don't claim that. He goes, oh, I thought you said you don't have a distance to the stars. Look what he's saying. Far, far away is a distance. Mind you, he'll never take a Nathan Oakley or a QE video and come and try to throw anything in my face. That's the ones that hurt him.
Have you actually showed him what Earth curve maths are yet?
What do you mean, with the calculator and everything?
Well,
No.
he means show him surface level in Earth curve maths.
Yeah, oh yeah, actually, yeah, of course.
You've shown him that surface level is flat.
Yeah.
If there's no more argument.
That's what I say.
Right.
It's funny though, when that is the point that gets driven home, he goes right immediately to the 2 points in the sky where supposedly stars are rotating opposite than the other.
To describe that rotation, you need a flat plane.
I told him that too.
Yeah. You'll need, for the axis for your 2 points of rotation, you need a 90 degrees to that. You need a flat plane to describe it.
Yeah, the axis for north and south is merely a derivation of the celestial sphere model, and all of the angle measurements off a flat plane that created it.
Yeah, I have to change that celestial sphere now. As soon as he hears that, he's like, it can't be a half a sphere. I have to say celestial dome now.
Well, that's fine.
What?
It's not a sphere. It's not a sphere.
It's
That's just how you.
It's a visual
Oh, sorry, Nathan.
representation of two parallel planes. So if you're standing and you've got your light in your room above your head, yeah, and you draw a line between you and the light, and then you also draw lights going across the ceiling, lines from you across the ceiling towards the edge of the wall where the corner of the wall and the ceiling meet. And then you carry on drawing lines along the wall all the way down to the base where the carpet meets the wall. Okay, so you've drawn out lines based on angle measurements to those points. And the angles can be described as being represented in a protractor, a semicircle. Yeah? Along the ground, 90 degrees up to the light, 180 degrees out towards the wallpaper and the carpet. Okay? Where's the dome?
Yeah, I explained that to him. That's exactly what I explained to him. That's what I'm saying. There's no way around it. It's just I don't know what it is.
The dome is created later. After you get your angle measurements, then 20 degrees above the horizon, you apply a special refraction known as celestial refraction to pull those stars down further. So they
Maybe I'll
match
do,
the.
sorry. Maybe I'll do what Nathan just did because I'm looking at the light and I'm envisioning it. Maybe that's something he'll be able to see. And it's funny because all of it is being done on my flat floor.
Yeah, but hold on. This is kind of funny because after they create the celestial sphere from bending the lights at the horizon down, now they got the celestial sphere. They take one flat plane and sandwich it antipodal to the other on 180 degrees. They take negative angles uh, below the horizon to assert the sun is in a physical position, and the incident angles it's creating with its rays of light are casting a shadow on the moon. And if it was flat, it would look like a minus sign. Kid you not.
Yeah, that's insanity.
Yeah. So when they say, "What about eclipses?" Yeah, they're using a flat Earth um, for that claim. They're using the celestial sphere to assert the angles to get those eclipses.
Yeah, but they can predict when there was going to be an eclipse because their model tells them. What does your model tell you, flat earther?
The model that's with respect to a flat plane tells them everything they need to know, huh? They can't have our model. They need to get their own.
Yeah, but to get their own, they need a flat earth. So what's the point?
Not my problem.
I just think the indoctrination is so strong and it goes on daily. It goes on daily throughout society.
Right on. We got a video to cover today.
See, your buddy had Mark Sargent on the other day.
Who's my buddy?
Somebody sent me a clip that Arlen was interviewing Mark Sargent.
Arwen? Oh, okay. Why? Right, got something new?
No, they're all on. Adam said that was going to happen. They're all going to reach out to him now. So
Who said
far
that?
it was White. Now it's Sargent.
Sargent doesn't reach out to anybody. People reach out to Mark, not the other way around.
Yeah, and Mark answers anybody. That's a fact.
Yes, Mark's
You send
very,
him something,
very
he'll answer you.
accommodating. Yes.
Mark and Dave were both on there.
Yeah, I know. Next is going to be Jaron. You watch.
Okay.
Yeah, Arwen sent them an email and they accepted. It was a good deal.
I haven't watched either. Oh, Nathan, I did hear this though.
What's that?
Alex Jones said he was going out to do a little rifle shooting, and he had everything set up. He had all his rifles set up to scope, and yes, including correcting for Coriolis. I kid you not.
So, if Earth turns underneath a bullet after it's released from the barrel of the gun, then Earth also turns underneath helicopters, aeroplanes, drones. If he's accounting for Earth turning under bullets, then Earth turns underneath. Exactly as claimed. When he's right in claiming it, that's what should happen. But obviously it's very difficult to prove with a bullet that's only in the air for a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, planes stay in the air for a very long time, and if Earth was turning underneath them like he says Earth turns underneath that bullet, then you'd notice we'd have shortened flight times. We don't. Alex is a moron.
I found it funny that he threw that in there.
It's standard rhetoric.
They're on damage control.
Well, it's not damage control, it's standard rhetoric. The rhetoric is we've got 15 degrees an hour drift as Earth turns underneath. So he's saying there's 15 degrees an hour drift as Earth turned underneath. Right?
Then it should happen always everywhere.
Yeah.
When I
Good
take
morning,
a ball and
gentlemen.
I throw it to my
Morning.
son in the
Good-
backyard, it should deflect.
You should
Sorry to
deflect if
interrupt.
you jumped up and down.
Right. It should appear to deflect. But it doesn't.
Nathan, sorry to interrupt. On Friday, there was a fella here in the VC. His name is Measured Flat. He posted a video. He asked if you can review it. He posted it on Friday. I just found it. It's a conspiracy theory bunker with Jimmy Shakta and Mark Sargent.
Perfect. Stick
If
it
you
up.
are interested, I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stick it in Master
All right.
D and then we'll cover it on the live show.
Yeah, I don't think it's clipped. It's over an hour, so it's posted right now.
We'll get into it, we'll see what it's got to offer, and if it's rubbish, we'll obviously.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, it's right there.
Right, 5 minutes and we'll start.
I had a question. I was wondering what Romanian means.
Pseudo, as in Riemannian, as in it's just the name of
Yeah.
Einstein's geometry. You mean, does Riemannian itself have a meaning? If it does, I don't know what it is.
I guess. It just, I don't know what it means, and I wanted to ask because honestly, I should know what it means.
Yeah. Why? Are you claiming it?
I don't know what it means.
I don't know what it means either, but I'm not claiming it, so
I'm confused.
chap's saying he needs to know what Riemannian means, and I'm like, I don't know what Riemannian means. It's the name of the geometry that Einstein uses. I don't know why it's called that. There might be a reason, I don't know. But my follow-up point is, why would you need to know, unless it's your claim, that you need the intricate details of to claim it?
It was just something that came up during. I've been up all night, so I was in politics, and they literally said, I don't think they know what they mean when they say that, and they were saying it in chat there, and I was like, I don't know what that means. The Romanian part.
Fair enough. Look it up. Just type it into a search engine and see what it says, if you're so inclined.
Mush just put in something, and then he took it away. But it pretty much it
Is there,
seems to be
I just posted a
imaginary
definition.
glue.
Sorry, bro.
Go ahead, man.
No, I just did this what Nathan told you to do, bro. I just did it before. I just copy pasted into the chat. That's it.
Nah, I can't even spell it.
Was their argument that if you don't know what it means, you can't argue what it is?
More or less.
Just concede?
I'll read it out if you want me to.
Yeah, just if that was the case with me and someone was like, you don't know what this word means, I'm like, it's the name of the geometry. Well, what does that name of the geometry means? I don't know. It's like if you said, what does English mean? That means from England. No, what does it actually mean? What does England mean? What does the word mean? What's the etymology of the word England? I don't know. Well, then you can't argue that you know what England is. Yeah, I can. I know exactly what it is. Yeah, but you don't know the etymology of the word English, so you can't.
Now, if you add the word pseudo before,
Yeah,
it
that I
means a
know. I
lot.
know that part. Like I know the pseudo part. So I'm trying to get. I'm just trying to get this argument down. I don't know why. In differential geometry, a pseudo-Riemannian manifold, also called a semi-Riemannian manifold, is a differentiable manifold with a metric tensor that is everywhere non-degenerate. This is a generalization of a Riemannian manifold in which the experiment of the positive definiteness is relaxed. It sounds like they're saying it's an imaginary glue, but that's the best I could get out of it.
Clear as mud.
That and one of them said that they had they thought they had evidence for a core, for a molten iron core or something like that. And I said, where are you every day? Because they ask.
Just saying you've got evidence from
If
Alt-9 core is all we ever get, though, isn't it?
if you would ask me what it means Romanian, I would say it means a pseudo geometry. That's my answer to it.
Hey, fake math. Fake is a loose term. I use it broadly, but I don't mean fake as in non-existent.
Right, a couple of minutes and we'll go live. Hopefully that doesn't kill the conversation for a couple of minutes, but we'll see how it goes, I guess.
Because you always do that.
Is that video in Master B now?
Yes, it's been there for a minute.
Thanks.
You see. Yep.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, good
Hey,
morning.
good afternoon.
It's been a while since we did a raft of housekeeping questions, and we get one or two at the beginning of each show, but I'm going to rattle my way through all of them today, if that's good by you guys. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth.
Negative.
Black Swan.
Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Gonna need a flat earth for that.
Any evidence
That's
of...
what it was.
Go on, whoever that was.
That's what it was that the Glover I was talking about earlier, talking about he thought he had evidence for a molten iron core. He he was bringing up rotation because of it. And just saying.
John?
I don't really know where he was going with it, but he says, you have a big hunk of molten metal, it's going to have magnetism, and that's going to cause a turn.
Because
What's the strength?
how's it proven? What's the
I'm
evidence
not the
for it?
Glober. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just rhetorically saying for the audience's benefit, when someone puts something like that to you, it's a baseless assertion. Oh, you say there's a giant unicorn in the centre of a sphere Earth. Yeah, of course, got magnetism. Can't have magnetism without unicorns. Oh, right, okay. Prove it. Well, we just know.
Yeah, because it's stationary, Nathan.
Hold on a second.
You know?
When you measure the magnetic field of Earth, you have to level the compass. That means that our magnetic field is with respect to a flat plane,
Oh dear,
not a.
Nice.
not again.
Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Let me hear you turn that into you're going to need a flat plane.
You will. You will need a flat plane for
Well,
gravity. Go on, John. You told me this,
Yeah.
so you go ahead.
Right. Newton asserts a downward force causing weight. Down is respect to a horizontal plane. All of his mathematics for that force are done with respect to an inertial plane.
You will need a flat Earth for gravity, Neil.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's a convoluted description of something that doesn't happen, but that convoluted description still incorporates a flat plane. Earth is flat. If you were unaware that this, you're a member of the audience that hasn't been here before, this might come as quite a shock. Earth's measured flat. The globe religion's been born out of that measurement. And there are no exceptions in terms of which globe proof you use and its origins in a flat Earth measurement. There is no exception. They all use a flat Earth because Earth is measured flat. That's how it's dealt with. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, like the Earth curve calculator doesn't actually calculate for surface level curving. It uses surface level as a horizontal plane and eye level as a plane parallel to it. So, yeah, the Earth curve calculator has a flat Earth in it.
Yep. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics? We've already covered the core, so I won't ask that one. Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Not from.
Who's not going to be much use if you're making a measurement? Reification of angles to curves in models isn't a measurement of the plane that we're dwelling atop when we need to navigate or measure stars or create maps. All of those are done with respect to a flat plane. You're taking the measurement from it, not to it.
Right. You would think that they would realize it's with respect to the ground when you use a word like elevation to, specify what kind of angle it will be.
Elevation is from level. It's in the word.
Yeah, that's correct. Spot on.
So if you're taking an elevation angle,
It's with respect to a flat baseline. That's correct.
Freshly grown flowers, you want to ask you a question right now instead of main text chat? He's asking, can you measure a non-physical object? And how far is it distance to the horizon on a flat Earth?
Nobody's making a distance claim for horizon on a flat Earth. We extend a plane out by levelling our tool with it. We're measuring the ground flat and establishing a plane of reference. We're not measuring a distance to the horizon. That's the globe's claim, not ours. We establish a flat plane of reference. That means we reference it. The ground. Is he saying it's non-physical? Is the ground not physical now that we're measuring it flat? Yeah, it is. Definitely physical. We're navigating it. What do you think the maps are? They're representing Swiss cheese? No, they're representing the ground that we'll be navigating and measuring. He's saying, where's your distance to horizon? I'll give you my flat Earth distance to horizon if you can give me a single practical application for a distance to horizon measurement. Because there isn't one. The only claimant that has this as their claim is a globe believer. And it does not have a practical application. Asking me where the horizon is, for what? What are you going to do with that information? Other than affirm your globe belief, there is no practical use for it.
I would just like to point out that to measure is to know. And within the Earth curve calculator, it demonstrates that they measure the Earth flat to believe it's a sphere.
Yeah, besides, the horizon in that maths is denied by anti-flat earthers, aka ex-globe believers who still believe they believe when they don't, and challenge flat earthers as a result of their lack of faith in their globe belief. Yeah, you deny that that's a horizon. It might be marked with an X and labelled horizon in the maths, but it's below surface level. There aren't horizons below surface level. Furthermore, as John just pointed out, the maths for you to assert that you've got a horizon that's physical is denied as a result of the black swan, only exists in maths, and requires a flat earth to measure to infer it. So again, just to round that out, why am I being asked what the horizon's got a measurement for? It's a globe claim, not mine. Burden of proof reversal fallacy from fresh-grown flowers. From the chat.
Yeah, I don't even know what he means, man. He said, can you measure a non-physical object?
Well, like Earth
Freshly
curve.
flowers.
Well, like Earth
Speak up,
curve.
please.
He's asking us if we can measure Earth curve, a non-physical object. No, we can't. But that kind of shatters your Earth curve belief. Unless you've, in a deluded way, believed that you had a gotcha with a burden of proof reversal fallacy for our horizon we don't measure. No, we establish a tool as being horizontal. We level a tool with the horizon and then extend a reference plane to the ground position of the star. That's the position on the ground. Is that not physical? Because that's what we're doing. What's that? You wanted a horizon to get in the way of boats and buildings and stuff until we debunked it. Now it's non-physical. For you. What a shame. That's very much like your failure of a globe model is being projected onto us like it's our failure. It isn't.
He also has a follow-up question. Let me read it.
He's in the voice chat.
Is a reference a measurement? Question mark. Yes, it is. It's
It's
referencing
part
the
of the
Earth,
measurement.
horizontal
It can
plane.
be the measurement itself.
We're measuring an angle.
The
Part of
reference,
the... Go on, John. I'm taking your thunder. Go ahead.
the reference is part of the measurement. Now, it isn't necessarily the measurement, but it is the reference. If you measure a zero difference from the reference, you just measured your reference. It is part of the measurement.
We entertaining chat skanks today?
He's in VC. I don't understand why you're reading his messages. He's in VC.
Harry,
Well, we're not quite done with housekeeping. Any evidence of the R value, Earth radius?
Swine.
Okay, that's pretty much it. Unless I missed one. I don't think I did. Did I do all of them? I think I did. Let me know from the chat if I missed one. Got a video to cover. Jim Bauer's Bruniverse. Good title of a show.
Jim Brewer.
I love it.
It's Jim Brewer.
Jim Brewer.
Yeah, he was. He played on the 1990s movie Half Baked, Dave Chappelle. Stoner
1990s
movie.
movie. What?
Half Baked.
Never heard of it.
It's a funny comedy stoner movie. Oh man, you got to watch it. It's pretty funny.
Okay. You're a
It's
stoner.
excellent.
You're a Cheech and Chong fan or something.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, new age.
Bloody hippie. Get out. Right, I've sent a link to the live stream chat. So if you're watching this live, which you can only be watching if you're watching it right this second, there's a link to this videographer's channel. Please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and let him know that we've covered his video. It's an interview with Mark Sargent by the looks of things. Don't exactly know what to expect, but as is always the case, we're going into these things blind. Hopefully I'll give the audience enough time to actually go and leave a comment right now that says, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, in the nicest possible way, so you don't get your comment immediately removed. The idea being that were he to respond, whoever's coming off and on mute while I'm obviously in the middle of the sentence, please can you stop doing that? The idea being that if he were to respond, that is to say make a response video to what we've covered here today, he'd put a link to our video in it. That's the whole idea of this, so we get some YouTube algorithmic love where we don't get from YouTube themselves. Like I say, go and click on that link. I don't know how many people are currently watching because we haven't been live for very long. Hopefully there's enough of you. 70 people, that's not so bad. Yeah, please let them know. Who is it that kept on coming off their mute button? Go ahead.
No, it was me, Nathan. I'm cleaning, and for some reason, my earpods they were like muting and unmuting. I don't know how, but I was like, "Holy shit, you're talking to me!" But then I changed it.
Don't worry.
But sorry about that.
That's okay. We'll get into the video.
That happens to me.
Okay, let's have a 5-minute
kinda
discussion
weird.
about it. I would.
If people are ready for the big sit down, we 100% are. I don't think we were 4 years ago. Talk about warp speed, Project Warp Speed. You know, like we are now ready.
None of that made any sense to me. I have no idea. As a hook, right? I often put the best bit of my video right at the beginning, just so to hook the people into the rest of the video.
Mikey Mike, dude, good to see you. Oh, listen. With all conversations, you have to open your
Sunglasses still dawn. STD.
mind. You can't be you can't hold on to a tree.
Hello.
Yeah, my bad, Nathan. I was just gonna say real quick. The interview starts off kind of slow, but it's a really good interview, though. Like overall, I would say, just my opinion, but I'll have fun listening to it again. It was really good.
Oh, put the sunglasses back on, mate.
Circles are larger than the other.
Get some sleep or put the sunglasses back on.
This guy's crazy. And he goes, look at it real hard. I know a lot of you think it may immediately look like they're the same, and that's what your instinct tells you. But I'm telling you, one of them is larger. Now we're gonna and voted a bunker.
Thank you, bro. What's going on?
I'm excited about today. I don't know if you want to speak.
Bro, hat and the meth.
He wants to make it where we can black out the sun so we can all be saved. Look it up. It's not a conspiracy. That is a fact. You don't think whack jobs? This is Avengers. This is living.
Where do you reckon it starts kicking off? I'm already 10 minutes in.
Right?
That was Long Island. Please use mass transit during the eclipse. For what?
Items like snacks, drinks, cash, cell phone chargers, and blankets. Motorists should top off their fuel tank or fully charge their electric vehicle before heading out. So they were prepping people for nothing.
Be afraid, be very afraid, you know? So in a way, I feel like it kind of cured me of buying the fear porn, you know? There's, you know, like my daughter, ever since she was little, I said, there's nothing to be afraid of ever. Be smart, you know, be.
What kind of terrible advice is that? There's nothing to be afraid of. Mind that bus, what bus? Splat.
Aware, but you don't have to be afraid. Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid of that bus. You'll be perfectly fine.
You know?
I teach my kids, be afraid. There's plenty of things that can kill you. Don't hold your bags on the stairs. You might slip and break your legs. There's plenty to be afraid of. One of our base instincts. Sorry, I know this isn't flat Earth related. Go on, whoever that is, and I'll stop Discord making a whole load of noise while you're chit-chatting.
I was just trying to figure out what is this about? It sounds like two crazy people jabbering back and forth. Like, is this?
So they're setting it up, and they're like trying to talk about all the different like kind of weird conspiracies and stuff, and like the way there's like so much fear in a lot of stuff that the government does and this and that. And then that's when he goes, now I'm going to get to my favorite, like one of his favorite conspiracies. and he goes into flat Earth, and then but it's a really good conversation. I'll mute myself.
Go on, we lost you.
The flat Earth isn't a conspiracy, though.
No, I know, but he's speaking from the eyes of the globe world, right? Like they look at it as a conspiracy, but then he's like, for sure, like they bring up a lot of good points, and like he's like totally on board with it not being a globe, and like he's like, this is big. Like he was like, I'm surprised he even talked about it, to be honest. A lot of them are coming out the woodworks though. I was gonna say, Nathan, you should hit him up and get on there too, and be interviewed with him, because he's looking for people to talk about it with. That's why he got Mark Sargent. But he says in the interview, you hear him, he says how he wants to get people to talk about it.
Nathan Oakley 1980 at AOL.com if he wants to drop me a line if he ends up listening to this, because my audience has gracefully gone and told him we're covering his video. So if he hears your call to action, maybe he'll drop me a line. Who knows?
With that said, I want you to understand, as you're listening, as you're watching, I know it's a little hard to think that things aren't what they seem, but they're really not. And the minute you start exploring, so I want to bring on Mark Sargent to join us today in the bunker. What's up, Mark? Sorry, I caught you while you were
no, it's done.
Coffee. How are you, bro?
I'm good, and thank you so much for having me on the bunker. I'm very excited. This is great.
No, I'm.
Turn your gain down, Mark. Way too loud. You're distorting.
I love it. This is a subject where I won't get into it yet. I won't get into it yet. But the amount of people that try to poo-poo this is mind-boggling. And I was 100. I want everyone to know I was 100%. This is stupid. This is the dumbest thing ever heard. What's wrong with these human beings? And now it makes all the sense in the world. And I have no problem saying that. I want the world to know. The scientists have proved that they lie. Who's getting another shot?
That's right. It's true. That's right.
Who didn't take ivermectin because it didn't work? They lied. So I don't want to hear you learn from a scientist.
Right.
So
he doesn't know what science is.
Correct. He doesn't know what science is. No. So when you say science lied, science is a method. It doesn't have the ability to lie. It's not got lips. Yeah? Men lie. Men claim to have science. That doesn't mean that science or scientists have lied. To be a scientist, you're somebody that's either coming up with a hypothesis or varying and manipulating that which has been come up with by someone else as a supposed cause to see if it causes the effect or not. And if it does cause the effect, you validate your hypothesis. If it doesn't cause the effect, you validate your hypothesis in the alternative or null. So science only has empirical outcomes attached to it if the methodology has been adhered to correctly. Now, when men say, I've got science, check out my statistics, check out my group studies, check out my peer-reviewed paper, that isn't science. They lied to you. Now you think science has lied. No, real science can't lie. It's an empirical-based methodology.
Or school.
Right.
Because it has proved none.
Like you, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the feast of nonsense. That's pushed is that science is lied to us, even though all of our technology is based on our scientific understandings. So no, science didn't lie to you. There are certain fields out there that wanted to claim the validity of science without formulating a hypothesis and doing an experiment.
Yeah, but I can remember way before Flat Earth, my son used to say, science doesn't prove, it just disproves.
That's a stupid statement. If you disprove something, you automatically prove something. So it wasn't that then. Oh, you proved it wasn't that. Just disproves. That's a stupid statement. In reality, science has a scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis. It has two sides to it. One is called the null, otherwise known as a zero difference result. That is to say, you vary and manipulate something you think will cause an effect you're studying, and it doesn't cause it. That's a null hypothesis. If A, not B. If I vary A, B will not happen. B being the thing you're trying to get to happen. An alternative hypothesis alongside the null, zero difference result, is the antithesis of your null. That is to say, you say A will cause B. So if A, then B. B being the phenomenon you are studying, A being the presumed cause of that effect. Yet to be varied. Now, one of those two outcomes, and there are only two outcomes in a scientific prediction. A causes B, or A does not cause B. Those are the only two outcomes. Somebody's off mute. Bushel. Go ahead.
Huh?
Bushel. You're hot micing.
Oh, am I hot micing? Oh,
Yeah, but you're talking to me, mate. What do you think?
I'm sorry.
So there's only one outcome. Oh, bloody hell. Neil hears somebody interrupting, and every single time he takes his opportunity to pour fuel on that fire. Go ahead, Neil.
No, I'm going to wait for you to get done because I want to ask you something about the prediction.
You are. There's only one outcome from a scientific prediction. Proof. It's the only thing that can occur. Now, that's very useful to have a method that only provides proof. It either proves that wasn't the cause, or it proves it was. Either way, one of those two things will be proven. It's the only outcome. Now, liars, that's men, say, I'm a scientist. Why? Well, because I say the sky is made of cheese. Science! Oh, right. Have you put that through a predictive methodology of cause and effect reasoning? Nope. I'm a scientist. And I got my paper peer-reviewed. So it's definitely science. No. When you, the guy in this video that we're covering now, sees that somebody claiming to be a scientist has made a claim that turned out not to be true, that does not mean science lied. It means a man lied.
None of that it's all nonsense. All right, sorry, I'm going.
No, it's okay. And to your point, I do a section on a podcast every Tuesday called, and I've been doing it now for 2 years, called Lucky Unlucky.
Yeah.
Where I say, okay, if you're lucky, you caught, some sort of weird side effect that reads like a book of witches spells. And if you're unlucky, you catch suddenly, unexpectedly, short illness, brief illness, blah, 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 and then you're done. So yeah, absolutely. I'm totally with you there.
So before we get into this, if you don't mind, Mark and Jim, I saw something. Now, this guy's a flat earther. And that is definitely a name that people like to throw around.
Right.
And it's like, it's an insult. It's just another insult and a way to poo-poo people.
Sure.
I saw this video, and this is something that everyone listening and watching, you can go test it out. So here's a guy explaining to you why we believe what we believe.
Who cares? When you say you can test something, again, that fits into the genre that you've just poo-pooed. Test, in scientific vernacular, is an experiment. It's actually called a hypothesis test. The hypothesis is what I just explained. The methodology that gives you only two outcomes, A causes B or A doesn't cause B. That's a hypothesis. And to test the hypothesis is to vary that which you think will cause the effect you're studying. That's a test. Now, when you say some guy has got a test to show why we believe, I immediately shut down. I just go, no. Multiple category errors here.
And why the Earth most likely is flat.
Right.
This guy brings...
Right, I don't want to hear why someone gives me their opinion on why Earth's most likely. This isn't a probability discussion. There's not a likelihood of Earth being flat. It's measured flat. For everyone. Doesn't matter if you've got a globe belief. You still measure it flat. That's not ambiguous. That's not a balance of probability. It is certainly not my belief.
Brings up a totally different situation. He says
to make us feel that way. We're all
Wait.
told. Yeah, who prints those books? Do you know who prints those?
So he goes on to say, Ghislaine Maxwell's father prints our books. No, wait.
No, it means that they're lying to you about what's in those books.
But he starts going on to saying cities across our whole country.
There's an echo.
You can't send that to Mike to play?
No. I think it'd be better off my phone with nobody being able to hear it, playing it straight down. But who recommended this?
There was a guy called Measured Flat. I really don't know who that is, but he was in the VC on Friday, and he asked me to share this.
As a videographer, this irritates me. It irks me. Why you can get away with yelling down your mic, going out of focus, holding a mic that's clearly got a mic stand, distorting it, having your guests distorted, talking about a video that no one can hear, playing it through your phone down the mic. 500,000 subscribers. No, 300,000. It just irks me. The amount of work I put in. I'll just play this video down the phone for you, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be all right, won't it?
No, and you know what?
By the way, you're watching a video. This is how would this guy feel if I played his video, this video, down my phone?
And it's the wrong. So in this, he said, here it is. This is the one I wanted.
Try to get it a question or say something
was
real
destroyed
quick.
by fire between 1850.
Did you hear what he said? He said,
Every major city in North America was destroyed by fire between 1850 and the early 1900s.
What the bloody hell is this? I'm going to spin past all this because this is just garbage.
Nathan.
Yes.
Did that, Jeff?
What?
Can you take note of the last 10 minutes that you spoke? Because it's been a while since you've concisely detailed what science is and what science isn't. I always love clips of that.
Sure, I'll clip it out for this guy.
Okay. They have a flat Earth
symbol. Yeah.
No, a huge map as you come out of the exit and you're going down the spiral staircase. You have to look at it.
Yeah.
And it's an ice wall around the perimeters.
No, what you're describing is an azimuthal, North Pole-centric, equidistant projection of a globe projected flat with an ice wall. That's what you're actually describing. Now, don't get me wrong, this guy's new to this, but it's garbage. All maps are flat. Yeah? The ones that we actually navigate with are flat. So why look at some bloody projection in a foyer at the bottom of stairs to say, what? Check out how interesting this is. No, the only thing that's interesting on that map is the ice wall. Because it's nonsense.
Right, but that's a projection of a globe, and a globe is a projection of the flat Earth's celestial sphere model, which is a projection of flat Earth measurements. That's not really fixing it for them, though, is it?
Yeah, it's easy to overcome. So we can give you the full origin. Okay, this flat plane we're standing on gets measured with angles to the stars. That gets projected onto a map. That then gets wrapped around... Somebody's knocking on my front door. Can you keep up the conversation for a minute while I see who's knocking on my front door?
Is there a horizon on the flat Earth?
What do you mean?
That's a really dumb question. Really dumb question.
Why is
Are
that?
you asking me if there's a geometric obstruction on the flat Earth? Is that what you're asking?
Is that what a horizon is defined as?
No, a horizon is defined as where sea level appears to meet the sky. So you need sea level for a horizon, and that's a flat plane.
So yes is the answer.
No, he said no. It's defined as the point where the ground appears to meet the sky. And that
Yes is
requires
the
a
answer
horizontal
first.
plane of reference called sea level. That's what he actually said.
Yes is the answer to the first question.
I missed the first question. What was the first question?
Yes.
Is there a horizon on
Does
flat
the
Earth?
flat Earth have a horizon? Listen, the Earth has a horizon. Like, this is you guys' problem. You guys get into model mode where is it? No, look, we're talking about the Earth. When we're talking about navigation, we're talking about the Earth. If we're talking about the horizon, we talk about the horizon we see on the Earth that we use as a reference for establishing an elevation angle.
Or you can use the Earth as a reference to assert a differential between your eye level and that surface level to later on make a claim that level's curving while using level as a horizontal plane.
Can we get some acknowledgement before we move on from fresh grown flowers?
For which point? There's two different people speaking on two different topics.
And we're all talking on the same topic. Earth as a horizontal reference plane is what we're dealing with. No, no acknowledgement to that. So we have to answer your questions. You don't acknowledge a single word we say. Fresh grown flowers. We've just taken our time to explain something you asked. You're not acknowledging a single word we've said. Matthias, can you go on mute, please? This is fairly standard for the audience's benefit. What the bull believers do is they come to our show, ask us some questions, and when we give them our answers, they don't acknowledge a single word we've just said to them.
He's not a Glober. Neither am I. I want to know how you got an angle from a non-physical location.
What non-physical location?
You didn't. You got it from the surface. You got it from level.
Well, you
You
have
got the
two.
angle from level.
He's answering you.
With the sextant.
Matthias, he's answering you.
Just ask me a
He's answering
question.
you.
Can I
He's
answer?
answering you.
No, you asked me a question, Nathan, and I was going to answer it. You said, what physical location? You have two non-physical locations. You have the horizon, which is a non-physical location, and you have your vertical, which is a non-physical location that you're trying to derive an angle from.
Why are you telling me what I'm doing? This is a process called
That's what
Celeste.
sextant
There's
does.
me talking and answering him. Try again.
You asked me a question.
Yeah,
I'm going to answer
there's
it.
him talking through me again. He's asked his question. I listened. I didn't say a word. Now he's talking through me.
And then you
attempt.
asked me another question, and I was going to answer you. Don't play the victim card, Nathan. You did ask me a question. I was going to answer you. That's what the sextant does it not?
I don't even own a sextant. Why are you telling me what I did was my question?
That's your whole fucking argument the last 2 years.
Kick him out. Kick him out. Remove him.
Sextant.
Remove him, or I
Kick him
will.
out. I don't like.
Dick. Total dick. I'm not doing this. It's a process. It's called celestial navigation. It's not what I'm doing. It's a process. It's on the screen for my audience. Why are you opening mics in G+ while I'm obviously in the middle of a sentence? What's going on? No, it's on screen for my audience, taken directly from a navigation manual. It's not my process. It's a well-established mapping process that's derived all of our maps. But yeah, he's going to level at me what I haven't done. Go ahead, Apocryphal.
This is the. Well, sorry.
There's someone else in the queue. Go ahead, Apocryphon.
No, I was just going to make mention that I'm not sure why they're asking. I don't know if they're asking these questions to clarify for so they can take that knowledge elsewhere. Because I want to say I think they know those answers, but are they asking just to help them explain your answer? I don't know.
Ask Matthias. I'll take him off server mute. You can ask him yourself. We take you off server mute, Matthias. Could you stop swearing, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, so Matthias, I was just curious because I know you know these answers, but are you asking it just to get an answer to help the argument to understand it better? I was curious. You and Fresh.
I guess in a way. Okay, I was asked a question. I'm going to answer it. The way I see an angle, like if we all draw an angle, any angle on a piece of paper, you'll have 2 physical lines and 3 physical positions. Correct?
We're not doing this on paper.
Correct?
No, because we're not doing it on paper. It's a false comparison.
So you're not going to record it on paper what you're doing with the section.
No, you note the time.
Uh-oh.
What do you note when you've got the angle and someone says check because they've measured the angle? What gets written down?
Angle?
I'm asking you a question. You're interrupting the middle of my question. Don't play the victim. What do they note when someone says check? Because they're holding a section and they've got the angle. What gets written down, Matthias?
And I'm asking you, how did they get the angle to begin with?
With a sextant. What do they write down? You said, I'm addressing your question, which is about writing it on paper, angles on paper. You think that there's him waffling through me again.
I wasn't done, Nathan, and you just interrupted me, and then now you're, now you're waffling.
I asked you what you write
I wasn't
down.
done to begin with.
You talked about writing stuff down on paper. I asked you in the actual process, not the one you invented in your mind. I'm just going to mute my Discord line because he's decided he doesn't want to hear me. He wants to hear his own voice while I'm talking. You said write down on paper. I say, what do you write down on paper when you're doing this process?
An assumed angle, I'm guessing.
And?
Because you don't really have an angle. You don't.
And?
Okay, I'm not done. Just let me know whenever I can finish my statement. Okay?
When you answer my bleeding question correctly, which you haven't done.
Oh, correctly. The way you want it answered then.
The way it's done in celestial navigation, something you clearly don't understand, Matthias. Otherwise, you'd have the answer and you don't. You'd know what they write down if you knew this process and how it was performed. Instead, you're charging me with whether or not I've done it.
Yeah, the section uses...
So what gets written down? You were talking about writing stuff down. What gets written down when you take the angle? It's the fourth time I've asked you. You could have a bit of humility and say, I don't know, because you don't know.
My point, Nathan.
My point is you don't know what you're talking about, and you're challenging me based on zero knowledge of this process and now waffling through me incessantly.
Well, I do know that. Well,
you don't. Otherwise, you'd have told me what gets written down after you measure the angle. You said the angle. Well, that seems a bit self-evident based on the fact you're measuring it. What else gets written down?
You ain't measuring to a non-physical location.
So he's not listening to me now. He's just chanting and rinsing, repeating. You don't measure to a physical. I didn't claim that. There's a process that does get done, and he doesn't know what actually gets done or he'd know what you write down when you're doing the process. Instead, he's just incessantly talking through me so he doesn't have to listen to my fifth repetition of asking him, the guy who says you're going to write stuff down on paper, what gets written down when you do this process.
Whenever you was debating Bob the Fallacy guy and FED 724, you told him...
Non sequitur. I've asked him a question about this process. He's not answering me. He's telling me what happened on a previous show. He just needs to answer my question. What gets written down?
Now you're saying that you can measure.
I don't want you to tell me what I'm saying. I'm asking you what gets written down in this process. It's glaringly obvious to everybody watching that you haven't got the slightest clue how this is done. And you want to tell me what happened on a different show. You don't know how this is done, Matthias. It's very obvious to anybody listening. Otherwise, you'd have told me by now.
Well, if you would stop rumpusing my point.
You don't know what gets written down. You started describing drawing angles on paper. That's not what gets done in celestial navigation. You don't know what gets done in celestial navigation, yet you're here challenging me based on its validity on the basis of whether or not I've done it or not. Not on the basis of what's actually done, and you don't know what's actually done.
You can't even let me get a single sentence out, Nathan.
What's written down?
Yeah, you're triggered, ain't you?
No, I'm triggered because I'm dealing with a clown who doesn't know what he's talking about and is challenging me on the physical nature of angle measurements. When you say you write them down and must have physical items. No, that's not how the process is done. I've asked you 7 times how it's done and what gets noted when you measure the angle. You don't know.
You don't have the angle to begin with.
You did say that
he's just a dick. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He just wants to chant and ramble through everything everybody's saying.
Okay, so I can say that I can use your same argument. I don't know. You don't know what you're talking about.
Nobody gives a shit. You're just chanting through everybody. You're not listening to anything anybody's got to say. You're no longer part of the conversation. Sod off. Yeah, you want to actually listen to me? Yeah, you might actually gain an education in how this process works. You don't know how it's working. You don't know how it's done. All you want to do is chant through me as I tell you, and you tell me what I've done previously. It's a process. It's called celestial navigation. It doesn't matter what I've done. It matters how the process is performed. And he doesn't know. He's challenging us on it. Outrageous. Fairly standard.
Did he say we were getting an angle from a physical location? I'm pretty
Oh,
sure he said we're getting an
something wrong
angle
with my
from
mic, man?
from.
Y'all can't hear me trying to get in?
Oh, sorry, Eli. Yeah, I was too. Sorry.
All right. So the first thing he said, which is what triggered Nathan, is, well, you're gonna put 2 lines on a piece of paper. See, so okay, first of all, what happens
Yeah,
in reality in
that's what
the
an angle is.
process that Nathan is talking about is actually once you take the measurement, you mark down the
To the non-physical
time.
location.
Can someone
And
mute Matthias?
Right.
He's so triggered, he's not letting
You have a
anybody speak.
measurement.
Right, I've just got no choice. Thank you, moderators, finally. Go ahead, Eli. Matthias wouldn't tolerate being educated in his dumb, stupid understanding he doesn't have.
so you write down the time of measurement. Obviously,
Did you hear
also
that,
have the
Matthias?
measurement, which would be
Matthias? Matthias, you stupid man. Yeah? The time. Yeah? 7 attempts you didn't know. You stupid idiot.
I said it 3 times.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know how this process is done. He's challenging me on how it's done. He hasn't got the slightest idea, has he? Clearly. He wants to chant and ramble through everything everyone says. What a dick.
He also said that we were getting an angle from a non-physical location.
Hold on. John, then the DALA. Go ahead, John.
He said we were trying to get an angle from a non-physical location. No, that's not what you do. You can take a stick and put it in a flat surface and get an elevation angle without using a sextant. You can use a bubble sextant that uses a level plane to get an angle. You just need level to be a horizontal plane to get an elevation angle.
Yeah, it's a prerequisite. The
That's our whole
reference
point.
is a flat plane. DLA, DALA.
Thanks, Nathan. No, I had the same conversation with him last week. He did the exact same thing with me. He just doesn't want to comprehend, and he just doesn't understand what the process is. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, don't come here shouting and ranting and telling me I'm playing the victim when you haven't got the slightest idea what you're babbling about and feel the need to chant through everybody who does. Matthias represents all the rest of you flat earthers, so don't quite get it yet. It's just a little bit too complicated for you. Well, let me just enlighten you in what's really going on here. You're stupid. If you don't understand how Earth's being measured flat with a horizontal plane of reference that is absolutely required to take these angle measurements, then you're just stupid. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it anymore. A lot of people in flat Earth are thick. Yeah? You're all thick. If you don't get this, you're just stupid. It's that simple. Matthias is one of those. He doesn't get it because he's too stupid to get it. It's not even that complicated. "10 years have been asked for a silver bullet. Where's your silver bullet? Where's your proof that Earth is flat? Here's our proof it's measured that way. Oh, well, how's that measuring? We get from flat earthers. Now, the Globers can accept it because they require it. When they put forth their mathematical propositions of Earth's sphericity, they utilise a flat plane measurement to make those claims. That's why they're not denying it. So who is denying it? Idiot flat earthers who can't comprehend it. That's who's denying it.
That's what's annoying, because we got the silver bullet. What's wrong with you? It's plain and simple. It's laid out every day on this show. What's the problem?
Shout out to Chow Young Cat. He says, guard what has been entrusted to your care. Turn away from godless chatter and the opposing ideas of what is falsely called knowledge. 1 Timothy 6:20. Thank you for the super chat. 100 plus people watching. Very good. Should we get back onto this video now we've dealt with Matthias?
Well, yeah, but right before we do, you can get an elevation angle to a rainbow. Does that mean a rainbow has a physical location?
No.
No.
That kind of ruins his argument then, doesn't it?
What we're dealing with is GP positions, right? The stars are not physical in terms of their measurement in celestial navigation. I don't care if they are or not in reality. It makes absolutely no difference. It's not part of the claim. It's not part of the process. It's not required. What is required is for you to know accurately where, that's a location on the ground, a star will be at a given time. That is to say, if you look above your head at any given time, there's a good chance there's going to be a star there. Now, it may not be directly above your zenith for all those pedantic idiots that want to chant in the comments. But let's, for the sake of argument, give an oversimplistic description of you in the night right now, looking up above your head and seeing a star. Then you look at your watch and go, 8:47. That means that when you took that angle to that star, directly at your zenith, that's 90 degrees, at that time, the star was above that point on the ground. And you know what we're doing when we navigate? We're navigating the ground. So knowing where something that is above the ground that you can see is above is incredibly useful. In fact, it's the entire basis for our mapping system and navigation. Full stop. It requires Earth be flat. Now, if you, as I say, it's only the flat earthers that are struggling with this, because what, it's too good to be true? Well, after 4 months, I'm sick of sugarcoating it and trying to take you all by the hand and say, no, I'll explain how measuring something is measuring something. If you can't get it, you're too stupid to be in the discussion. Stop talking about it. Stop arguing this subject if you can't wrap your head around it. If you haven't got an advanced enough intellect to be able to comprehend and then reiterate something to someone else, don't do it! Just shut your mouths. You're doing a disservice to the subject by ranting and rambling about how you don't understand things. Because that's all you're really demonstrating, your own bloody ignorance, when you challenge us on how we measure something in a process that's established our entire mapping system. It's not whether or not I can do it. What aren't you getting, flat earthers? This is your silver bullet. Been asking for it for 10 years. We're giving it you and you're arguing with it.
Believe in using, well, don't believe in, whatever. You don't utilize the black swan argument as it relates to the horizon that they claim was blocking boats and buildings. You don't use the celestial navigation argument as it pertains to using the Earth as a flat, horizontal, plane, straight, horizon, all of these words synonymous. You don't do that. What do you do?
Shout out to Himsake, who says, when I bring up elevation angles, globers and flat earthers bring up tangents. What, flat planes of reference that have a single point on the ground when we're dealing with points on the ground miles away from where you're measuring? The ground positions aren't on tangents. And what are tangents? Straight lines to give you a horizontal plane of reference to take these measurements to in a globe model and from a flat plane in reality. Why are they drawing out a tangent? Oh, so they've got a horizontal plane of reference to reference, but their tangent doesn't meet points on the ground. And ground positions do. So there goes that argument. Thank you for the super chat, Himsake.
Actually, the tangent that they invoke has a name within the mathematics. It's clearly labeled.
It's called surface level. Yeah. If you get a globe believer or flat earther telling you there's a tangent, take them to the Earth curve maths and show them what their tangent's called. It's called surface level. That would be the surface when you take a horizontal plane of reference. It's a reference plane being flat and reference meaning you reference it for ground positions, not on tangents. But like I say, take them to the Earth curve maths and say, what this tangent labelled surface level. Yeah, you'll need that surface level to be flat, and you'll need it to have ground positions of stars meeting it, because you're measuring where the star is above on the ground, not on a tangent in a model that you're not measuring in reality. But that's their excuses. Fair enough. Doesn't change the fact that we're measuring Earth flat, and they're just making an excuse. Yeah, we measure Earth flat. We measure Earth flat with a tangent. So notice how the globers embrace the fact that we're measuring it flat and make an excuse for how flat they must measure it by drawing a tangent to their globe. They're not measuring their globe. They're measuring a flat plane they've slapped on top of it that won't have ground positions meeting it. They're not denying that we measure Earth flat. They're invoking a new tangent plane to reference that hasn't got ground positions on it. So they're still measuring a flat plane, it's just not their globe anymore. So they understand that they've got to measure flat, but the flat earthers don't. Why? Well, I've come to one conclusion and one conclusion only. There's a lot of stupid idiots in flat Earth.
And it's a flat Earth. And it's also in New York City. I think it's in Grand Central Station.
Dallas.
It's in one of those
It's in
stations.
Dallas too.
Yes. It's in a lot of places. So
Isn't that also the new?
In these airports, they've got pictures of minotaurs. Have you ever seen the pictures of the minotaurs? Ergo, minotaurs are real. There's loads of pictures of them. Isn't it very suspicious? Not in the slightest. Meanwhile, those maps, when put into practical application, need Earth to be measured flat. That's a far better argument.
What is it? United Nations symbol.
It's the UN flag, and it's also it's officially called the azimuthal equidistant map. But yeah, it's all the same thing. And that's so the UN can use it as their.
That's not true, Mark. It's called the azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric projection because it's projected from the North Pole. You can project an azimuthal equidistant globe projection from any point on Earth that we have already mapped flat. That particular one has a ice wall and a North Pole centric system. It is an azimuthal equidistant projection, but it's North Pole centric.
Their flag, and it's totally legit. But if we say, "Oh no, it's what the map we use in our community," and they'll go, "No, you're crazy." It's like, really? It's the same map. And by the way, the UN flag, real quick.
I don't use that map. I don't claim an azimuthal equidistant globe projection as my map. No, all maps are flat. The methodology used on those maps is elevation angle measurement. Pick your map, I don't care which one. They'll all be using latitude and longitude grids on them. So they'll all be measured flat, without exception. It doesn't matter which map you pick. Furthermore, they're all flat. There is no globe-shaped map. So what, one with an ice wall suddenly piques your interest more than one without? Who cares? They're all being utilised in terms of the process of them. Flat. For elevation angles. Doesn't matter which map you use.
Continent that's missing on the UN flag, and which is Antarctica. An entire continent is not on the UN flag, and instead is replaced by these giant spiky Greco-Roman wreaths on the outside. It's like, wow, that's kind of interesting. Right. I mean, Antarctica is at least as big as Australia.
This is a crap argument. Right, I'm going to cover why this is a crap argument in a minute. Tom, shout out for the super chat. What's salty? What XALTY? I think that's supposed to be salty. Is difference between the azimuth projection map North Pole centric being from a globe versus the longitude grid itself also North Pole centric. What do you mean? What's the difference in the projection in terms of how the map's laid out? Probably very little, Tom. But both of them have come from flat Earth measurements of Polaris in the first instance to give you the latitude grid. That's the point. Without that latitude grid measured on a flat plane, there are no maps. They all require Earth to have a horizontal plane of reference. That means we measure it. We're measuring the angles to the stars with respect to the horizontal plane of reference we are standing on. That's how it's done. And that is how it's done to give you latitude. But it doesn't matter which map. It really doesn't. They're all flat for a reason. This is a crap argument from Mark. Now, in the past, we've made apologies from Mark and said, oh, well, it's a nice soft landing for people who are coming to the subject. Now I don't care. I've just spent literally 10 minutes telling my community that they're stupid if they don't understand this. So, I'm all in, right? So I might as well in for a penny. We have got demonstrable factual proof of continents that have been discovered in our known history. They're very, very well documented. Plenty of people who live on those new territories, known as new worlds, will testify to the fact that their position on the map exists because they're living there. And they've got internet access and telephones and electricity and sewerage. So they've got all of the common amenities that the Western world person is accustomed to in these new worlds. Now, how did we discover these new worlds? Well, we went out using the stars and flat Earth angle measurements so we could find our way back as we explored the territory formerly known as space. And we found new worlds. When travelling out flat on the flat world, we mapped flat with flat angle measurements to the stars that we used to find our way home. So, We could A, talk about how there's no Antarctica on the UN map, or B, talk about how we factually measured it flat and discovered new worlds in space in our recent history. Right up until the point that space stopped being the area out beyond the horizon and started being the area above our head, a sky vacuum. So we used to find tons and tons and tons of land to live on, to farm, to get resources from. But then that all stopped. Now we ponder whether or not there's an Antarctic ice wall and whether or not we can go out to a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum to get soil, to get rocks, right, from the sky. Crap argument, useless as all hell. Who cares if there's a real Antarctica? We found new worlds flat. It's easy to prove, and there's no ambiguity to it in the argument. You're going to debate with me about finding the Americas flat? Because we did. There's no ambiguity there. Ice walls, you can argue the toss with neutral outcomes for this for days. Doesn't prove anything. Demonstrating how the world was factually measured flat to give us those new worlds does prove something. Thank you, Tom.
Well, the thing is why isn't Antarctica, which is not a nation, it's a continent that they're describing, it is not a nation. Why is Antarctica not on the United Nations map? Because it's not a nation. It's that simple.
If you're trying to prove Earth's flat, would you not just say, we found new worlds? Travelling out towards the horizon, mapping the world flat, taking angles as we went. Would you not just do that? Because that's not an agree-disagree situation, is it? It's not like Antarctica.
Right, and the Antarctica thing, it's obviously false. I just gave you the reason that it's not on the United Nations map is because it's not a nation to be united with.
But all that does is take away the...
How is it an argument?
All it does is take away the mystery shrouded in Antarctica. Now, we said this yesterday, right? There's two ways of selling something. One is with a glamorous naked lady draped across it. The other is to just tell you about the toothpaste and how it makes your teeth stronger. You know, one is a lot less glamorous than the other. Selling the idea of a flat Earth by selling the idea that there could be a mysterious world that's been deceived, or people have been deceived about, called Antarctica, might spark people's imagination for the new territory that may or may not be around us in a full 360-degree reef. But if I debunk it, or as John just did and said, well, of course it's not on the United Nations map, it's not a United Nation. Does that undo the argument that Earth's flat? Because it's a rebuttal to the point that's been put by Mark. Now, if I put to you that there's Earth being travelled, measured, mapped, and navigated flat to find the new worlds, there is absolutely nothing anybody can say to challenge that whatsoever. It is a fact. And it proves we're navigating Earth flat with the maps that are used in that process. And the worlds that are there and have definitely been colonised are real.
Believe what science tells you, but it's not there.
Although I have to say, I don't trust the UN, anything about it. They want to be...
Don't need to if you come here. Come here and you'll know Earth's measured flat and mapped flat and navigated flat and obviously and observably flat for everyone, always. And that's how all the systems that are in place are utilised. You don't need any belief. You don't need to worry about what the UN says. You don't need to worry about what NASA says. Don't need to worry about any of that. If you'd come here first, no offence to Mark Sargent, you'd know that beyond all doubt at this point. Shout out to Unitox Femu. Which MSP curves Suez Canal? Florida and Bolivia. Thank you for the super chat.
You know, they want the United States to be under their control. No, thank you.
Right.
You know,
we know
so.
That. But what do you think, Mark?
Yeah.
When did you? Let me put on my glasses. Because I don't like the bags under my eyes. They really bother me. So that gave me an excuse to be like, hey, we're going bunker. Put on the glasses. When did you start? When did you start diving into this?
2014, after I had run out of every other conspiracy I could think of. That was when I started. Because I never got married. And so, and if you're a tech guy, if you're into tech, you are on the internet a lot, and you go down a lot of different rabbit holes, and I'd run out of rabbit holes. And finally, it's like, okay, I'm not getting any younger. Let's look at this flat Earth piece of crap. Like, I hated flat Earth, absolutely hated it. Everybody that gets into
so did I.
Yeah, I mean, I know one of my friends, David Weiss from DITRH. He used to ban people that would bring it up in chat forever, like lifetime bans. He'd be like, banned. You bring it up flat Earth, banned. And I looked at it and I thought, okay, I can shoot this thing down in a weekend. And that weekend turned into a month, which turned into 9 months. And then finally, at the beginning of 2015, I just asked the internet for help. I made a series of videos called Flat Earth Clues. And I said, okay, I can't prove the globe in a court of law anymore. I didn't even like saying the word flat Earth. And I put it out there with all my contact information, which is a smart thing to do. Put all your contact information on every video you make. And waited for the shoe to drop. And it never did. But I had people immediately start contacting me, military people, saying, okay, it's not that nuts. Here's why. It's like, what?
What? No, all right. When you say like a military person,
yeah.
Like who's reaching
Oh,
out?
good Lord.
Like someone you know?
No,
or
no,
like or
complete strangers were contacting me. The first guy was a guy named Sean McCrary. He was a Sparrow missile system instructor for the United States Navy. He was the very first guy, and he goes, I want to go public with this. I want to talk about this. He goes, we do not account for curvature or the spin of the Earth in any of our firing solutions for missiles. And I go, you really want to go public for this? He goes, yep, I do. And I think I mentioned to you briefly when we were talking last week or a couple days ago, where I said when we did that podcast with.
He's obviously talked about it so much, but that is such a great proof. I might as well cover it now if Mark's not going to. So Mark had a guy on that was, as he's already suggested, a crew member of operating a Sea Sparrow missile Type 2, I believe, surface to air and surface to surface. And this missile has a pencil laser that has to lock onto the target. Now, admittedly, they can use this firing system at a much greater range, but publicly disclosed is 60 miles. That is to say that you can paint a target, as it's phrased, or phrased by the guy who was telling Mark this, at 60 miles, as far as he can disclose to the public. Now, he didn't go into why you wouldn't want to disclose greater distances, but that is the distance, and it's only needed at that distance to disprove that there's anything in the way, because there would be if you've got a sphere Earth belief based on flat Earth measurements to assert that there's a hill getting in the way that we debunked in 2020 with the Black Swan. Meanwhile, that is an exceptional demonstration of painting a target without anything getting in the way when there's supposed to be a physical geometric sphere edge blocking your view of the target in the distance. There isn't. They paint the target, and when it's painted, the missile can lock onto that target so long as it remains with a little laser actually on the ship from 60 miles away at the maximum publicly disclosable distance. There you go. If you didn't know it, check out Mark's video on the Sea Sparrow missile with an interview with somebody who operated it.
With him, the DOD was pinging our server nonstop. Not because of flat Earth, but because he was a missile system instructor. And they're like, oh, please, God, don't let him tell us how to compromise the missile system. And then a sub guy contacted me, a retired master gunner, tank commander, howitzers, everything.
I know who that sub guy was. So he was anonymous, but I found out who he was. Someone told me.
Just about all branches of the service and then air traffic controllers, pilots, everybody except aerospace contacted me. And they all kept adding the same thing. It's like, yeah, it's not nuts. Look into this, little mini deep throat things. So
mini what?
Because I'm, like I said, the more I look into it, and the water thing really hit me.
Water lays flat.
Meaning, water always lays flat.
Okay. As much as I appreciate Mark, right? But the problem for me is with telling those type of stories is you don't have any reference. As it comes to like celestial navigation, GIS systems, all of those things have references. So you can refer people to a documentation and say, yep, there you go read for yourself. There it is, that's the proof. I just wanted to say that.
I agree. On the one hand, I don't typically use that. If you're an audience member, you'll have never heard me use that example. Now, it's on QE's site as one of his proofs. and it is a proof, but it's a proof based on that person's first-hand account of not seeing any obstruction to account for and dealing with Earth flat. Now, as first-hand testimony goes, that's exceptional. But for me, it stays in isolation as its first-hand testimony. So I can refer someone to that, like I just did, first-hand testimony. Like I'd refer someone to Robert Shortman when they're talking about Antarctica. He's been down there. He spent 18 months down there. There's no 24-hour sun down there. His first-hand testimony stated that. Now, you can, like anybody does when they're covering flat Earth and they hear something they don't like, they'll immediately question the person's credibility. Fine. Yeah? Again, I don't necessarily lean on Antarctica. Doesn't mean it's not interesting when somebody who's actually spent 18 months down there gives their account of there being no 24-hour sun. That's interesting. It's interesting when someone says they paint a target 60 miles plus away with a laser and there's nothing getting in the way. That is exceptional testimony. But I just personally don't like going forward with that and using it as an example. It might come up in conversation like it's come up in this video, but would I go to somebody and say, the Sea Sparrow missile operator doesn't account for Earth curve? Because I would assume, unless you're hearing him give his first-hand testimony to Mark, with literally him hanging out a helicopter showing him landing on the ship, and things of that nature, which he did have, and him in the operating room writing on the back of a napkin, Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues, so you know it's not a sham. He is actually in that room operating that missile. He is definitely what he says he is. Wonderful. To prove what he says for him as an individual. It's just never been for me. So I completely agree with you.
I got the technical. No. It's not testimony. I got the technical specs on my Globe Terminator website.
You've got the publicly disclosed technical specs.
Yep.
Fair enough. It's just not something that you can
Fair enough,
physically
thank you.
do. Yeah, I can't go on sit on that bridge or whatever the missile operating room is called and verify it. Now, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying it's not a good proof. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that unless it was me on that gunship operating the Sea Sparrow, it wouldn't be a story I'd want to reiterate because it's not mine.
I'll do it.
You can do it. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that I'm just saying it's just not for me. You're ex-military.
What tab it is, QE? I know I've been on that side a while, but you know what tab it is under? Because I like to give references.
It's peanut butter jelly time.
Do I know what is?
What time it is?
What time it is?
Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
What tab? What tab? TAB.
Oh, just go to Flat Earth Proofs on the left-hand side, and it gives the whole list. And ESSM Block 1 is part of it.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So that is the globeterminator.com. And that's QE's website. And in one of the tabs, it's in Flat Earth Proof. Scroll down, you'll find the ESM Type 1, I was wrong, Sea Sparrow missile. And the example, presumably a link to Mark's video, along with all the technical data. So if you want to check it out, go ahead, go to the globeterminator.com. Check it out. It's a really good website. But QE, I've heard him say it only last night, so I'm quite confident in saying this. The number one flat Earth proof that there is elevation angles. There is no higher standard to attain. It is the basis of our mapping system. It's the basis of our navigation system. It's the basis of the measurement of Earth. There isn't a better standard to achieve. If we'd have had this in 2014, if Mark had had this in 2014, he'd have run with this. Earth's measured flat. Navigation itself. The way the boat's making its way around the sea, forget about shooting something 60 miles away. They're measuring stars 1,000 miles away. Flat. And you can do it too. Not like the Sea Sparrow, where you can't necessarily go in and paint another ship 60 miles away with a laser and then fire a missile at it. That's not really in my remit. But measuring a star 1,000 miles away to its GP position along a flat baseline, I can definitely do that. I haven't, and I don't need to. It's a well-established process. Anybody can look it up. We understand how it's done. Members of my family may have done it in practical application on boats that I didn't own. Right, should we carry on with this video unless there's any other comments on this?
And water, no matter what, if you turn it whatever, it always looks for a flat. It flattens its surface. So, you know, if we're on a ball, how's the water just not going?
Right.
You know, either fall off or whatever, and then people say, "Well, gravity."
Right.
I love when people say that,
And
they know what they're talking about.
And for your listeners, well, another thing which I just thought of, which is, look, find me curved ice anywhere. When water lays perfectly flat, and
that is genius, Mark. Hats off to you. Has anybody heard that before? Anybody heard that example? That was absolutely brilliant. For all the criticism I've given Mark, he just gets 200,000% props for that. Show me curved ice. That's genius.
it freezes, it's absolutely tabletop flat, hence ice skating, right? No, there is no curved ice anywhere. I mean, yeah, you can make, you can.
There's no like today at the roller rink, we'll be at the ice ball. You know, maybe you can do a couple circles around the ball. I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as ice forming in a circle. It forms flat unless
the Queen of England, before she died, quite famously requested that she never had square or flat-sided ice cubes because she hated the sound of them clinking in the glass. So she had them specifically made round. This is our Queen. I don't want square ice cubes. Make them round so they don't make a clinking sound.
you purposely make it like in a tray or something.
Yeah, but have you ever seen these videos in like where they say they're out in space and you know, they'll have a drop of water, right?
Right.
And they'll you know, float it by.
Yeah, in an area that violates the second law of thermodynamics, a sky vacuum. Yeah, those are all CGI.
You know, like in the absence of gravity,
absence of gravity. Gravity is not a force. There's nothing to be absent of. It's a pseudo geometry, fourth dimensional in nature.
Blob of water does become a circle.
Right. But that's water tension, and you can only use that for a certain size of water, and then it starts getting all wobbly. It's really, really tough to hold.
Will he address gravity? The guys brought up gravity twice, one each for each of the guys.
Into a sphere. By the way, our community doesn't even use circle; we use a ball or sphere or globe. But yeah, you're absolutely right. In fact, little thing I learned years ago, which was when they make buckshot for shotguns, you know how they do it?
They drop it down a tower.
They drop it. They drop lead from a certain height, and on its way down, with the tension, it forms into tiny little balls on the way down, and then it cools.
It drops in the water or something.
No, it just it cools literally on the way down. By the time it hits the bottom, it's cooled. Anyway, but to your point, as far as the videos, they used to do, now it's a combination of CGI, but before CGI, they used to do something on parabolic flights. You know what those are? Like, it's called the vomit comet.
No.
Okay, so you could, so you take a plane.
Jimmy knows.
You empty out a plane.
Weird hearing this because Mark's approach to this is so alien to us, isn't it?
And you put people, you can pay for
money. Because telling someone how they're faking it isn't really as powerful as telling them why they have to fake it.
Yeah, I agree.
I need to do this even now if you want. It's called simulated anti-gravity. And you get to plane and you basically nose down at a certain angle in the plane and you're
Yeah, this kind of irks me again. You need to undo this claim of gravity because at the end of this process, there's just going to be an assumption that there is some gravity.
And you're basically...
That was my point of interjection there, Nathan.
Go on, Adam.
Anti-gravity. No. This is called defenestration. Yeah? There's no need to invoke the opposite of gravity, something that doesn't exist, to describe what it's just like when you're free falling. So all it is, free falling in a box or a plane. To try and describe it in their paradigm as anti-gravity, when, like I said, all you're doing is free falling. There's no need to invoke it.
All that the globe has done with gravity, if you want it in the most simplistic idea without undoing Einsteinian or Newtonian claims of gravity, understand what they've done with the scale. Yeah? If you ignore gas behaviour, that is to say, the fact that gas disperses upwards, outwards, in all directions, all vectors at high velocity, and only in isolation take the effects of solid, more dense items moving through the medium of air, and you assert that all things go down. What they then do is change the scale. So as you're sat in your chair, yeah, you are not moving. You are, as far as I am concerned, at zero. You're not moving up, you're not moving down, you're stationary. That would be perfectly reasonable to describe as zero. Wrong! That's 1. 1G. Zero's when you're falling, obviously. No, it isn't, but they've moved the scale. So now, when you're floating around, in reality, dropping through the sky at a high rate of speed, with the item you're falling in falling at the same relationship to you falling, it seems inside the vessel like you're not attached to the vessel. You're not. You're both falling. It's falling, you're falling in it. That's all that's happening. But that's zero, according to their shift in scale. Not falling, not a rate of speed. No, that's zero. That's what they've done with gravity. That's all they've done. It's such a simple trick. Move what is originally stationary and zero, and describe zero as falling and 1 as stationary. That's all they've done. 1G. What's a G? A bent pseudo-Riemannian force space geometry? No, there isn't anything to ascribe on a scale. It's just a hijacking of things falling through air when they're more dense than it. Not that everything does that. Plenty of things go up. But if you ignore all those things and only focus on the stuff that goes down and then reassign the scale to be zero when you're falling, then you've got gravity. Then you can have this argument that Mark's having. Doesn't help, doesn't debunk anything.
You start.
Yeah, you're
floating.
skydiving without wind is what you're doing, because you're basically you're in a plane that's falling at free fall speed, and you can record in there. I mean, you can watch what water happens in that, and it's like, okay, water falling inside this airplane. When they got to the CGI stages, that's when everything changed. Then they didn't have to use the parabolic flight so much to fake it.
But just to speak to John's point earlier, explaining how they fake it isn't as good as explaining why they need to fake it. The reason they need to fake it is because we're on a flat plane and there is no orbital motion. The mathematics of orbital motion are derived from flat plane measurements, and therefore would contradict the idea of having a sphere to fall around, because it's been measured flat. Furthermore, the area that they claim we're falling around when at zero, falling at high rate of speed, described with orbital mechanics taken off a flat plane, ignores the effects of things going up. So rather than saying why they are faking it, he's saying how they are faking it. The reason they are faking it is because there is no sky vacuum. To give you an idea of what it would be like to be falling perpetually around a sphere in a concept derived from measurements of a plane that's flat, can't happen. Because it can't happen, they need to lie and create CGI images and parabolic flights, because there is no sky vacuum and there is no orbit.
So, but
Right.
always interesting that the ISS is almost exactly as wide as the inside of an airplane, filled with material. And there's always this noise. There's so much wrong with the ISS. I could spend forever on it. But anyway, go ahead.
You could, but you'd be better off saying the ISS isn't what they say it is, because they're claiming it's a tin can in a sky vacuum. And if it can float around a derived flat Earth measurement, which is absurd, in a sky vacuum, then the gas we're breathing would vacate into that area also, and we'd all be dead. We'd never have any gas to breathe. Space is the second law of thermodynamics violation. Go ahead.
Sorry, done. So that response kind of sums up the different approaches. Yeah, Mark's going to attack what it is. We won't even touch that. We just go where they claim it is. The difference in approach is a much more friendly approach from Mark, and probably more suited to a pub, but I don't think he's dealing. This is the frustration, isn't it? You're not dealing with the nub of the argument. You're not addressing the person to a point of rebuttal. You're just arguing the nuances, aren't you? We're back to will photographic plates were in space. Again, not remembering What space, dude?
Yeah, we're looking for plot holes in Narnia.
I'm sure you got questions.
Well, no,
Well,
Mark, what, Jimbo? What were you
no, I was going to say ISS, International Space Station, NASA.
NASA's a joke.
Has been debunked. NASA's been debunked for many, many years. And,
let's see if he has a comprehension of how they've been debunked.
And if that people haven't seen that, you can find too much information.
So, if you, the audience, don't know that space is debunked, go out and research it. That's crap. Space is fake. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Second law of thermodynamics describes how gas disperses. Entropy. So gas dispersion, law of nature, how gas expands to fill space, is the undoing of this argument. Gas fills space. We'd all be dead. We'd have no gas to breathe if there was a space above our head.
That's how we...
the fake micro...
I mean, if your standard is you'd prefer me say, oh, space is fake, go out and have a look if you didn't know there's loads of stuff debunking it. Because that's crap.
Phone handoff. Have you seen the green screen?
Thank you.
Yeah, in Narnia, they've got all this fake snow. It's made from a styrofoam. It's really obvious. They had to go through a wardrobe to get there, though. Yeah, time stops still for them in the real world as they're in there. There's talking lions and witches with magic. But the snow's fake. It's got green screen. Look, there's a green screen used in the modern Narnia. Yeah, Narnia's not real. Who cares that they're using green screen? Who cares that they're dropping their keys in a claim to be zero-G environment? Who cares that they're supposed to be filming back from the Earth with a piece of cardboard in front of the window? They're in a place that is not real. Doesn't matter that the Turkish delights came out of nothing. That is not how you debunk Narnia.
The cables. Let me just move this guy's.
Yeah, you saw the sticks for Aslan, didn't you? You could see that he was an automaton. You could see that they were blinking his eyes with little motors. Therefore, Narnia's not real. Crap. Standard. Narnia's not real because we can't traverse wardrobes. There is no place beyond a wardrobe that we can go to. And there is no place above our heads a volume for gas to fill with gas not filling it. It's a violation of natural law.
Cable here. The gel in the hair with the girls. Right?
It is from a stagecraft standpoint.
Yeah, it's a stage show. Why are they having the stage show, though? That's the point. That's what debunks it. Why? Why have a green screen? Why have parabolic maneuvers? Why have the ISS? What's it all for? Not how they pretend there's an ISS. Because, for all you know, they could turn around and say, yeah, they've got green screens on the ISS. Where'd you go from here? Yeah, they do put gel in their hair. Gets all in their way when they're floating around, so they gel it all up. Yeah, and? So if they come back at you with this standard, equally garbage to the standard being laid down, what are you going to do then? Yeah, they do have ISS green screens. Space is still real then? No. If you point out that there's a violation of natural law going on in the area that they claim to be, where they've got their green screens, your argument's going to actually win, as opposed to leave people thinking, maybe I should go and look at some videos and see if I can find out how space is fake.
It is atrocious. I mean, I am stunned. I look at it, it's like, who is producing this? It is the worst. When the women came out with their hair doing the Bride of Frankenstein thing, when they permed the hair.
Yeah, Aslan did not look at all real. It was really obvious he had motors inside him. It was obvious he wasn't a real lion. It's a joke. It's terrible. Therefore, Narnia's not real.
Hair straight up.
Yeah.
And I'm going, that is the last thing you would ever do, right? Normally, because like, okay, all you have to do is put a hat on them, tie their hair back, whatever. It's like, oh, no, we want to try to simulate anti-gravity and the general public will believe it. It's like, why would they believe it? I mean, you could bounce a quarter off that hair. It was awful. But
it's like they jumped the shark.
Absolutely. But it even bypasses the one part about that was clever, which was it completely blew past the whole point, which is nobody should have hair in an ISS at all because of the air filtration system. Nobody should have hair. They should absolutely be shaved. I mean, eyebrows, the whole nine yards. It should be like a swimming pool.
In space, in a sky vacuum that can't exist, we should be shaving our heads. Okay.
Yep, that's what I was getting ready to say. So because she didn't cut her hair, it's not real? Really? That's the best you got?
Yeah, this is the Dave Weiss standard. Look, they've got gel in their hair. Okay. So if I show you on an itinerary that they take gel up, does that overcome the problem? It does for a globe believer, yeah. If I point out that gas fills space, and what do you know? They claim that the area above our head is called space. Gas would fill it. It's a law of nature. It occurs always. There's no ambiguity about shaved heads when it comes to natural law. Space is fake because gas would fill the space. And we're breathing high pressure gas.
You know, at a public pool where like women had to wear hairnets back in the day. I think they still do.
Yeah.
And that's what, because, you know, like you have like an 8-inch strand of hair that breaks off and starts floating through. That would be disgusting. It would be absolutely, and it would clog up the system in 2 seconds. And so it's like, why do these women have long hair? And then it was like, wait a minute, why does anybody have hair? They wouldn't, absolutely wouldn't. Yeah, and the wires. Thank you, by the way, for bringing up that the microphone the hat handoff that never happened.
Yeah.
Like, that was the most egregious thing ever. You ever seen somebody grab something that wasn't there and put nothing away on the shelf?
Yeah, I saw it in a video from NASA, and perfectly legit says all globe believers. Meanwhile, they're operating an area that isn't real. I'm going to go with, regardless of how much CGI you show me, how many anomalies you show me, how many continuity errors you show me, it won't alter the fact that the area that they're operating from is completely fake. In fact, it works quite heavily in their advantage if you argue about the fakery, because the premise that the space that they're in is still real stands true at every point of this discussion. At no point does any audience member appreciate that there isn't a sky vacuum when debating about whether or not they should or shouldn't have hair gel.
And I show that to, normies, space lovers, and they're like, oh, well, so, they short circuit.
They don't. Well, this is where we're at, Mark. Yeah. It's like when you show people that, like, I can show people and they'll go, it's on the internet, or I'll go, whether it's the actual footage.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
what do you,
yeah,
it's the actual footage from Narnia. It really is footage from Narnia. It's just that the lion doesn't look very real, and there's styrofoam for snow that proves that Narnia is not real. That's the standard here. Not that we obviously all regularly go through wardrobes. Not that obviously all of us are traversing high pressure gas into sky vacuums. Oh no, it's only the priests that do that in violation of natural law. We won't focus on that though. They've got hair gel. The Narnia lion's not very realistic. The production wasn't very good. You saw screens that were green at certain points. In fact, you saw a Ford Transit in the background of one of the scenes. So yeah, Narnia's not real because there was a Ford Transit in one of the scenes. Nothing to do with wardrobes, nothing to do with interdimensional time travel. Those things are definitely standing true. We're not going to attack those.
How do you not? But they can't wrap their heads around. No. They just can't, or they don't want to. It's weird.
I've had
real quick. There's a movie coming out soon on Netflix called "Fly Me to the Moon."
Yep, Scarlett Johansson.
And the premise is during the 1960s space race between the United States and the Soviet Union, a relationship develops between the NASA director in charge of an Apollo 11 launch and the marketing specialist brought in to fix NASA's public image and stage a backup fake moon landing.
The
movie's about. Yeah.
Who cares? We know it's fake. All of them are fake. Another fake moon landing, it doesn't make any difference, right? It doesn't matter how many trips to Narnia they take. Narnia's not real. Space isn't real. It's a violation of a natural law.
That is.
So are they starting to put out, is this the beginning of, or is this more propaganda?
I think it's
to spear out.
I think it's a little bit of muddying the waters, because that movie that Mike just mentioned. Hi, Mike, by the way. It is the remake of a British film that touched on the same subject from a few years ago. This one's, of course, a little higher octane with Scarlett Johansson. I think Channing Tatum's in it. And the premise is
correct.
Yeah, the premise is that you create a backup film reel for the moon missions in case they die in real life. So the moon missions actually happen, but in case they tank and crater it on the moon, you can run this and no one will know the difference, right?
Yeah, it's all just imaginary narratives created for you to argue within the context of space being real. So space is still real, But the reason we've got dodgy footage is because they filmed it in advance before going to the moon, just in case they died when traveling through a sky vacuum that isn't real. So just in case they died when traversing the wardrobe, because they definitely will go through it, we also filmed some autonomous lions with them, talking to them, just in case they died when they went through the wardrobe. So that explains everything, except for traveling through wardrobes and to sky vacuums.
Which begs
How
the
long has
question.
Mark
It's like
been in the game?
10 years.
This is a shame. This is a shame. I got a headache, and I feel like I went to a time machine. Come on.
what then? Why would you ever try to do it in the first place? Why would you ever try to do it for real?
Right.
Right. And by the way, that was
You can't do it for real. You can't travel past high pressure gas to a point called the Kármán line, where the gas stops expanding into the high vacuum above it that you're going to be traveling through to get to the moon. That isn't going to happen because the gas would fill the space.
another thing. Why one of the reasons why our community just kept growing and growing and growing was because the moon missions aged so horribly. Apollo, even back in the day, after they cut it off in 1970.
That is true. Even I, with my higher standard of evidence with gas pressure filling space, will agree that you've only got to look at the 1960s/70s moon landing footage to know it's absolutely atrocious in terms of its technical prowess and quality. It's clearly stop motion animation, and if you can't recognize that, then again, you're just stupid.
72, the last Apollo mission, there were guys, this was way before the internet, there were people, who could you tell, right? So you had to go to like UFO conventions with like a table at a booth,
right?
With, and be like, look, these things don't, and it was the super nerds, it was the science guys that were out there. Let's like, look, this doesn't match up and this doesn't make sense, but no one was listening to them. So that when we finally came out, we had a whole bunch of anti-Apollo people that were like, okay, yeah, now I can get on this train.
So well, then there was Stanley Kubrick was supposed to be involved.
Well, right up until the point that Quantum Eraser came into this discussion, nobody was talking about the sky vacuum being fake. So there might have been a load of anti-Apollo people talking about flags not waving on moons, but none of them were pointing out that there wasn't a sky vacuum and it was a violation of natural law till QE got here.
Involved in the landing.
Oh,
right? Have you heard that?
He absolutely was involved. Real quick trivia for you. Kubrick was Kubrick was approached in the early 60s. NASA was founded in 1958. And Kubrick was approached in 1959? 58. He was approached in I think like 63, and there was a number of directors, and they approached him because he had already done Dr. Strangelove. And they did it without he did it without the government's permission. In fact, he had went to him and said, "Hey, can I get inside like a B-52, look around, take some photos because I want to do a movie that's got a base." They're like, "Hell no, you can't go in that thing." And he did it anyway. Ooh. And they were going, "Wow, what if we gave him a budget? What could he do with this?" And they the story, and you probably already know this, Jimmy, which is he was sworn to secrecy, of course, but then he made his big
2001.
Well, he did of course. It's 5 years. He did okay. What can you fake on film? So he made 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is absolutely gorgeous to this day. You play that thing on Blu-ray, it is freaking flawless. They release it in.
And if you
go ahead,
I was going to say, if you look at it, it's almost like the model for what they did with space, because that was before we allegedly went to space. right?
Yeah, it's true. The guy who directed Narnia, Andrew Adamson, right, was formerly an animator. He used to be doing animations. It's obvious that a lot of the fawns aren't real. They're from an animating director. I mean, obviously they can still travel through wardrobes. Obviously, the sky vacuum's still true. But the director, Kubrick, let's talk about him.
Yeah. It was before we went to space, and he's doing these planets that the reality.
Before we went to a second law of thermodynamics violation. No, we've never been to a second law of thermodynamics violation. There isn't a second law of thermodynamics violation. Sky vacuum above our head.
The the cinematography of it was just breathtaking. Gorgeous. Really is. You got to watch that movie.
And
again.
he releases. Maybe go ahead. He releases it in 68. Apollo 11, the Eagle has landed, it was in 1969, and subconsciously it filled in the gaps for a lot of people. But it turned out to be a nightmare because he ended up taking the movie, he did not make a lot of movies. He made The Shining in 1980 and then encoded his confession into The Shining, into the movie The Shining.
Yes.
And then
explain that for anyone. First of all, it's one of my favorite movies. Explain what you're talking about, because I try to explain and I can't find it again.
So it's easy. You could. I'll show you.
And before and for anyone questioning, I want to ask you this for all the listeners, anyone watching.
Yeah.
If you're going, well, it's a movie and Bob is because he was a movie, then I'm going to ask you to watch 2 other movies.
Yeah, that's what we would do too. Yeah. I mean, if you don't believe the first Narnia movie and it's embedded second level confessions in it about it not being real, then I've got 3 more Narnia movies that I can put in front of you.
Watch Argo. Okay. And
Alternatively, study the second law of thermodynamics and gas dispersion into volumes, because the area above our heads claimed to be a volume that gas could fill, in line with entropic law. I'd say that was much more useful than watching movies.
Watch Wag the Dog. We'll start you off real simple.
Yeah.
Wag the Dog. I insist that you watch Wag the Dog, where basically, and you could.
Production. I had trouble to find it. So I watched Wag the Dog many years ago and didn't realise the implications of what it was suggesting. Now, I'm not suggesting it's a documentary, it's a movie. Nevertheless, it's an interesting concept about manipulation of media by government for narratives that the government themselves may or may not be aware of. The idea being that the people behind the scenes are pulling the strings to put together false narratives. It's just about propaganda. But it's very difficult to find, so when I came to buy it, I thought, I'll buy a Blu-ray of it. And there wasn't one. I thought, well, I'll buy the DVD of it. And there wasn't one. I just could not get it. So I ended up having to buy a second-hand copy on eBay.
Say it's a movie and you can believe it's a movie. It's
Dustin Hoffman and Robert De Niro.
It's way more than that. But it basically shows you how government knows how to create the greatest film. They can create.
It's a movie. A movie doesn't show you how government do anything.
Any story, any film.
Movie.
And it could be a front for some.
Could be. Meanwhile, we've got gas law, second law of thermodynamics. These aren't ambiguous movies and suggestions of anything. They're set in stone laws of nature that defy a gas devoid area above our heads called a vacuum that you travel through to get to the moon.
Something that you had, which is 1 billion times bigger than the beautiful shiny stars you're staring at.
We all got taught what propaganda was, as far as I was aware. I mean, I did have a private education, although I did spend some time in a normal school. When that particular private school closed down, I had to move to a normal school. And I remember being taught what propaganda was in that normal school. So based on that, it's very limited, but I would assume that it's part of the curriculum. And everybody gets taught what propaganda is, who Bernays is. Am I wrong? Did we not all get taught what propaganda was in high school?
Yes, and this is the type of video that my son will push right in my face and say, yeah, really, listen to this guy. Well done, Mark.
We have Wag the Dog. We create war.
Right.
We create murder. Let's get some of our children and we'll wind them up in the name of patriotism and nationalism, and we'll get a director to make it look like these people are suffering, and we need to save them in the name of freedom. So send our children to get slaughtered so some of these people can make some cash and do a land grab.
No, it's like even within the narrative that's come from an idea from a movie, there's still multiple items within a narrative. It's just a narrative, none of it validated, that he will accept.
No, I'm just saying it's a movie.
Selective reasoning.
It's a movie. And then when you get past that, go buy Argo, which is something that I remember living through. So with that said, back
Then
to
go look at the. Then go look at the. Then go look at the Miami Mall aliens.
Yeah, then look at that. Yeah, and by the way, there were in Wag the Dog. There were no plot holes. It was absolutely believable. Absolutely, how they laid out how you build a war from a Hollywood standpoint was brilliant.
Yes,
absolutely brilliant.
It's brilliant.
And even at the haunting ending where Dustin Hoffman is like, it's like, hey, can I turn this into an actual movie? A fictional movie. And De Niro, the CIA guy's like, no, you can't. And you could tell that Hoffman was going to go through and the CIA were going to whack him. And it's like, yeah, that's how it would have gone down. Because it's like, you can't say no.
It's really,
yeah. So
you can't say, you don't have a choice. So
The Shining.
One Flew of the Cuckoo's Nest is, I'm sorry, The Shining is giving you clues. He confessed during certain areas. Go ahead.
So The Shining, which was a Stephen King book, and that's a wonderful floor pattern. By the way, hold on that shot if you can, because that's a great shot. The Shining, which was a Stephen King book, which was eventually taken over by Stanley Kubrick. He wrote the screenplay for it. And what he did was, in that movie, because he couldn't say anything, right, about his involvement with the Apollo program,
he was going to get whacked.
Yeah, he was going to get whacked. In fact, the black guy, and I can't remember the actor's name in the movie, who got hit in the chest with the axe, that was to symbolize the one friend that he told and that got clipped. And I'm still trying to figure out exactly who that was, which was, and the whole Room 237. Okay, so we did not know. Kubrick died in 1999. And the Blu-ray for The Shining came out some years later, like only a few years later. And there were people, nerds, super nerds, that were going through it frame by frame. And there was a guy that figured out the whole thing out. He's like, oh yeah, and he called it Room 237. That's the name of the documentary. You can look it up. Real easy to find out there. I mean, you can find it on Rumble and BitChute and Brighteon and stuff like that.
I saw that.
Room 237, brilliant. It was also known as the Moon Room, which was, the room number on the key was an anagram for moon room. And the premise was nothing in that room is real. It's all fake. It's all an illusion, which was interesting for a moon room. And it started out as a dream, the gorgeous girl in the bathtub that turned into like this zombie.
I've seen miles better analysis on The Shining than this. If you want to check out a Shining analysis, go and listen to Rob Ager. And he's talking about how it's a metaphor for abuse. That is to say that the hag in the bath is representative of him. It's his state of mind, because he's abusing his own kid in the movie. Now that's an undertone that most people don't pick up on. Anyway, Rob Ager does an absolutely exceptional breakdown of The Shining. He also undermines a lot of this crap about it having moon landing stuff in it. 237. I mean, if you just Google search, what's the distance to the moon? It says 238,885. Is that round downable to 238? Maybe we can, if we fudge orbital motion in ellipses, we can say that at some point it's at 237. But the standard rhetoric isn't 237. So this is meaningless. Moon room says who? Who called it the moon room? Am I missing something? It's 237. Where's it called the moon room? Does it say that on it? Unless I missed something.
Turned into a nightmare, which was the project that Stanley Kubrick signed on for. I mean, come on. There isn't a director alive. It's like, hey, unlimited budget. You have 5 years to make the film. And he's like, yeah. I mean, he spent money on this thing. And what he did was he built little things into it to show people. I'm sorry, the 2001: Space Odyssey. But in The Shining, he built little things. So like his sweater, for example. And I can't remember.
Quick shout out to Uncut with the super chat. Thank you very much indeed. It says, we are therefore Christ's ambassadors, as through God we're making his appeal through us. We implore you on Christ's behalf, be reconciled to God. Thank you for the super chat.
Into it to show people. I'm sorry, the 2001: Space Odyssey. But in The Shining, he built little things. So like his sweater, for example. And I can't remember does that say which Apollo is that?
It says 11.
Okay, perfect. So Apollo 11, which was interesting because this show was shot in real time, supposedly around 1980, right? But the kid was only a certain age. when exactly did she make the sweater for him, right? Because the sweater predates the child. So and he wears it perfectly in this certain age. Not to mention, the patterns on the floor are a complete mock-up of the NASA launch pads. The patterns on the floors they use everywhere. If you get a chance, watch it. It is an absolute. I don't want to break it down entirely because it takes too long. I mean, there's a whole documentary on this, but it is but you got to focus. The reason why they call room 237, 237,000 miles to the moon. Roughly, and I know people say it's an elliptical orbit, and sometimes it's 237, sometimes it's not. But the general accepted distance is 237,000 miles to the moon. It's like, oh, okay. And that hotel didn't have a 237 when they were shooting. They had to make it all up to do it. But it is a fantastic confession of Stanley Kubrick. And now he backed out as far as the television aspect of it. So he did everything he could to try to research what could be.
Yeah, therefore moon landings faked by Kubrick. Okay.
Yep, you got me.
But even if they were, let's say we accept all of this. This is all true. Kubrick faked it. He made a deathbed confession in the form of a movie called The Shining. Okay, I accept all of it. Does that mean space isn't real? How does that conclude with space isn't real?
Does it?
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't in the slightest.
Be faked on film, but when they finally got down to the Apollo 11 thing, and you guys know this, you're in entertainment, they did something absolutely unheard of, which was they said, okay, the networks were like, okay, give us the feed so we can run this on our networks. And they said, no, sorry, you don't get the feed. It's like, what do you mean? No, you have to come down to NASA. We're going to put it on a big screen, and you're going to film it second generation. You're going to have to.
He's missed about out there. So what they actually had was, I'll add this bit because they didn't disclose this bit, but it's going to be a tape. So they play a tape, a recording, because it's obviously not live. No one's going through sky vacuums. So they play a tape onto a monitor, a CRT monitor. They then film the monitor with a video camera. They send that video signal to a projector that then projects the image of the moon landing onto the wall at NASA. That is what the press got to film.
Film our projector.
You get that?
And
AMD's gaming graphics business looks like it's in terminal decline.
Jim, you asked.
Let's get some of our children, and we'll want.
What do you mean? No, you have to come down to NASA. We're going to put it on a big screen, and you're going to film it second generation.
This historic moment, the greatest moment in humanity's history.
Right.
You can't get the actual video feed. The news people, you can't get the actual video feed. You have to come here and just put your cameras on our
television
screen.
Yeah.
Again, this buys into their narrative, right? If you can explain why you've had to do it in that method, then you overcome the rebuttal. This is their rebuttal to the moon landing. You overcome it by saying, well, we had to do it that way because we had 25 people in the room who all wanted to film the same thing, and we're getting it through a monitor. How are we supposed to make the monitor bigger so that everybody can film it? There was no other way. If they say that, then that overcomes the problem, doesn't it? Suddenly there's a rebuttal to the rebuttal and everything ends in a neutral outcome. If you just say, there is no outer space, it doesn't matter what they say about how they got there, how they achieved the mission, the fakery in the form of the films, none of it matters. In your own mind, you can justify why that's had to occur if you know that there's no sky vacuum above your head. Everything else falls into place.
Yeah,
like a bootleg movie that you know when you go into a movie theater.
Perfect. That's a perfect example. It's a bootleg movie of the moon. Yeah, and
we're not. You can't see Metallica live,
right?
Unless you come in this room and we got the special live event.
Yeah, you're comparing it to a real band. Metallica are real, and you saying, well, if I show you a second-hand feed of Metallica, you're going to show that what they didn't really perform. No. Seeing a second-hand footage of Metallica doesn't disprove Metallica's existence. Yeah? It proves that
It
they had
actually
to...
proves their existence.
Well, no, because the comparison is Metallica or the moon landing in this example, right? Well, showing how fake the footage of the Metallica concert is doesn't disprove that there was a Metallica concert. Now, if they're saying the Metallica concert took place in front of 1,000 people live, and you don't get to see the 1,000 people, then fine. You're not proving that there was 1,000 people there. But by debunking the methodology of televising the Metallica concert doesn't disprove that there was a Metallica concert. By televising that there was a trip via a sky vacuum doesn't do anything. Pointing out that you can't have a sky vacuum to be in, to take footage from, is all you need. You instantly know why they'd have to fake it, why they'd have to employ Kubrick, if you believe they did. You now know why they'd have to do that, because they're not going to a sky vacuum. There isn't one.
You can see them on this TV. You can videotape them on this TV. You can't actually go to the concert.
And it was so great.
Who is this guy? Is he the channel owner? The guy with the glasses?
I know he's annoying though.
Really, Neil, I was about to compare him to you.
Now, how many people know that?
Not
How many people? I don't know that.
not many.
Who would know
They
that?
just assumed that it was
Going, wow, just like Neil does. Straight through the top of someone saying something.
well, it's a transmission from the moon, so of course it's going to be crappy. And it upset the producers so much that it inspired a movie. There was a CBS affiliate, who was watching the transmission. He's going, "This is absolute crap." Right? He goes, "I could make a better moon movie than this. In fact, I could make a better Mars movie than this." And that's what was literally the inspiration for Capricorn 1 with O.J. Simpson, by the way, who just died. Who just passed.
Yeah.
But that was one of his first serious roles, right?
O.J. Simpson died.
That means this is a new video. For shame, Mark.
Yeah, it is.
For shame.
It was just over a week ago. When did O.J. Simpson die?
Couple weeks
A week
ago.
or so ago. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, wasn't it?
Okay. It's another comparable non sequitur by the Kardashian lawyer or his lawyer team. If the glove doesn't fit, then you must acquit. Why? And then they show him, right, O.J. Simpson, wearing the gloves in court with another set of gloves underneath. And the story goes that he was told to stop taking his arthritis medication, but he still put the gloves on. You're like, how is it in any way related? If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. It's meaningless. It's a non sequitur. It's the same as suggesting that because there's Capricorn 1 film, because of the garbage transmission, there wasn't a moon landing. Now, there wasn't a moon landing because you can't travel through a sky vacuum. That's the only standard you need to debunk this.
Right out of football was this. And so Capricorn was made, and Capricorn 1 was made, which was how the government faked a Mars mission, which again was brilliant. It was independent film. You could never get it made today, never in a million years. And the premise was that there was something wrong with the life support system, and they had to pull the astronauts, again, similar to the Scarlett Johansson movie that's coming out. They had to pull the astronauts and look, we're going to film this because you would have never made it to Mars and back. You were going to die. So we're going to film it. We're going to pass it off as real, and everything will be fine. All you have to do is go along with the script. And the whole premise of the movie was these astronauts, which have been absolute bunch of crap, because they're all Air Force officers. They didn't go along. They had a crisis of conscience. It's like, no, we can't lie to the American people. We should make a break for it. And then it's this big chase thing. The second half of the movie is the government chasing the astronauts and killing them one by one. And that was Capricorn 1. So go ahead.
Here's what everyone's big question is, which I question too.
Pound says this won't be a question we ask.
What are they hiding? Because if people don't know, you're not allowed in Antarctica. Why is
After a prolonged discussion about space, no one debunked space. Why would they lie? Immediately to Antarctica. Yeah, that's exactly what this is how this hors d'oeuvre has been prepared at the Feast of Nonsense. Identify moon landing anomalies, ask why they would lie, and then go to Antarctica. This is play by play how they would want this discussed. They being the powers that should not be. They being the people who still want us to have a sky vacuum. Ideal if you can argue about what the motivation for lying is. The whys and wherefores of the fakery. Rather than debunking the entire region that they're claiming to be in.
Is that makes no sense? Why is that the only place in the entire world where every country has a bit and there's no issues there?
Right.
So that's a lot of people don't. And also in the encyclopedia, it talked about the firmament and flat Earth.
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, then why did the globe come out after this big Antarctica treaty?
No.
Do you know?
No, so you can look in, I mean, you could go into Google and type in ancient cosmology and click on it.
And it will lie to you. It'll allude to the idea that we knew a couple of thousand years ago. In reality, the heliocentric system's been in existence for about 300 years, maybe 350.
Images, and you'll see just a wall of the same thing. Every freaking culture, and I don't care what the nerds say about the Greeks, screw the Greeks. Everybody drew the same thing, which was some sort of snow globe, because that's what it looked like, right? You know, stars curve over.
It's not screw the Greeks. It's, do we have any primary source information for their claims of the Greek narrative? And the answer is no. It's not just screw the Greeks. It's, do you have any evidence, primary source in nature, to validate these stories of ancient Greeks pretending to measure a globe when they're measuring a flat plane? Is that something that you actually have? Answer, no. Shout out to Theo Megawerty. This $5 is for 20 minutes of audio bliss of Neil not interrupting. No, you got Sunglasses Till Dawn interrupting, going nah, nah, down his mic. Just as good.
For the sky, and so everybody drew basically a snow globe.
Thank you for the super chat. Neil's still here.
I'm going to start marking
Sometime about
everybody.
500 years ago. Yeah, he's probably going to pull that up. Yeah, there you go. Everybody drew the same thing. It's not a coincidence that every culture drew the same thing.
Same exact
Yeah,
thing.
everybody thought that it was basically a snow globe. And
who cares? We refer to how ancients measured the world, how we came up with the ephemeris, how all of these origins start with flat Earth measurements. How they depicted it would be prefaced on how they measure it. That's what you should focus on. You know, the drawings, okay, fascinating that they all draw it as a snow globe. Who cares? The way you come to that inference is by measuring the world and navigating the world and dealing with the world in a practical way. Flat.
And then about 500 years ago, remember, back 500 years ago, most people couldn't read and write anyway. They introduced this globe model. Now, part of me thinks that the globe model was introduced by, of course, the authority, the powers that be. But even then, they weren't sure. But they weren't. One thing I've learned about people in power is they don't take chances, which is like, okay, let's roll this thing out. And it's easy. You know, again, you don't have to read or write to understand the globe. You can just show it to people. It's the only thing, by the way, we debunk to children. You know, we put it in the kindergarten classroom. We make a statement first week of class. It's like, we used to think it was flat, but now we think it's a globe. Put it in the...
I like what Mark does in terms of laying down the progression story through your own life of how you became a globe believer is right on point. You know, I can't really fault Mark in this regard. His detailing of how you experience your progress through life as it being on a globe. He is very good at that.
You know, underneath the flag, and 12 years later, your brain is cooked.
Right.
So, but what happens is once the globe was introduced, they still didn't know for sure. And the premise, how we got into it was, again, the Antarctic Treaty, which was you didn't have the technology to figure it out until almost 1960. You're meaning you didn't, until the internal combustion engine was built, until you had pressurized airplanes.
This is simply incorrect. They'd already measured it by this stage. So saying, well, we can't figure it out till we can go up to a sky vacuum. No, that's part of their narrative. We used to go out to space towards the horizon. Nobody in their right mind would ever dream that there was soil in the sky. Then NASA come along and create a narrative that there is soil in the sky. And then Mark comes along and says, We didn't really know if it was true until we had the technology to go up to the sky vacuum that doesn't exist, that they invented. What? No, we'd already been measuring it and mapping it flat for a significant period of time. Hi, Nathan. Praise the Lord. How's Neil doing? Says Chow Yun Cat from the Super Chat. He's marking your card if you're knocking him. Thanks for the Super Chat.
Planes, you didn't have the tech to figure out what this world was. I mean, you had...
No, they didn't have the tech according to NASA because NASA told you the tech you needed was sky tech so that you weren't looking towards the horizon anymore. And you didn't have the sky tech, but they did.
Wooden ships, you had horses, you had trains. That's all you had.
And they were all utilizing a flat plane of reference to measure and build those systems and infrastructures. They were all dealt with and built on and measured flat.
Antarctica, it was worthless. So once, and that's exactly what we did. All the moves that our government was doing back in the 1950s kind of went along with that, which was we just researched. The Navy was out there constantly since the late 1920s. All the way until 1955, 56, Operation Deep Freeze, where I figured out it's like, oh yeah, that's when they pretty much had it locked down, and that's when everything changed. Was around 1960. In 1959, the Van Allen radiation belts were announced up above that said you can't do space travel because it's super deadly. That didn't age well, and then the Antarctic Treaty was put in, which says no corporation can set up shop in Antarctica forever. And if you know anything about treaties, we've broken every treaty. I mean, treaties were meant to be broken, as the American Indians. But anyway.
It'd be my point to ask anybody who is watching on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams to stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Let's pause my recording.
Well, if you are a flat earther, you would think that would be your primary concern. If you're talking to people that don't believe it, would be
right.
Wouldn't you?
Now, sorry, John. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, why wouldn't you be proving it? You know, the Sea Sparrow thing, at least he had something with that, but he didn't cover it that well.
Right, which leads me to believe that for some reason he's not latching on to this because he don't want to. I'm sure he's heard it.
I really like Bible use sense of humour. In the chat, it's the live stream, and she goes, later's all, and she leaves another comment. To some, much later than others. Paula doesn't like chat trolls.
Yeah, neither do I. Why this is bothering me with Mark. There's got to be a reason why he's not grabbing onto this. Not even an argument. Fact.
Well, we've never really gone through it with him. I mean, I've sat down at one of the conferences with Mark and gone through science with him, and from that day to this, he's adhered to that without any issue whatsoever. But have any of us sat down with Mark and gone, your narrative lacks the actual debunking of the claim? You know, you're talking about sky vacuums and how they figured out that they didn't have the technology to do X and Y and Z, when in reality, no technology can take you to a place that doesn't exist.
So you think he's in this 10 years and he's never heard any of your videos at any time you saying that?
Maybe not.
And all this time he's never heard anything about celestial navigation.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't know Mark well enough. I know him, but I don't know him well enough to know that he's is or isn't watching this show, and therefore is or is not exposed to this information. Mark's generally very busy. He's always doing something. That means he, I would imagine, isn't necessarily sat around watching Flat Earth debate daily. That's fine.
No, I'm not saying that, but this is my point. He's all over the so-called community. He knows what's going on. He's a mover and he's a shaker, and he has not come across this argument that has Flat Earthers flipping on their head, right? No, he hasn't heard of this? No.
Maybe you could let him know, Neil. Or maybe one of my audience will let him know. They'll go to a Mark Sargent video and say, maybe you would like to watch this video. It's specifically directed at you for the most part. I like Mark. I don't wish him any ill will. I don't think he's got any nefarious intentions. I don't think he's got a bad way about going about what he does. I just think the arguments have moved on.
I don't either. I think he's a good guy, but for some reason, he's stuck.
People are creatures of habit, Neil. People don't like change. If you're used to doing it in a certain way, yes, Mark will subtly change his rhetoric over time. Why stop the live show? Just got another super chat from Mike808. Mike808. Now more than 30 minutes. I second that sentiment. Thank you for the super chat, Mike808. You're only going to find out after the fact.
That just gave me a headache, that whole video. It actually sounds like a foreign language to me. I'm serious.
What does?
NASA and the movies, how this shows this, and Wag the Dog, and look what they're showing here, and it's freaking another language to me.
Just old school flat earth rhetoric, that's all. Did we all enjoy that? Yes, Nathan, that was really enjoyable.
That was pretty good.
Well, it
Yeah, it was
confirms
pretty good.
that we're on top.
Oh, what up?
Hey, AI.
I just wanted to tell Neil something. So, Neil, Mark Sargent has a particular ethos in the way in which.
Just dropped.
That's fine. But Mark has a particular ethos in the way he wants to interact with the public on this topic, right? That's defined the way he acts, and that is to be entry level, 101, a bridge type of person, recognizing his limitations, and then saying there's greater content producers out there that are more technical, have better arguments. You know, I'm just kind of like the fun guy that people want to talk to. I'm open. They'll come to me, et cetera, et cetera. So if that's the way Mark wants to be, then he almost would never adopt like the more hardcore, quick, cut 'em, concise arguments. You know what I mean? Because that's not as palatable for newbies in the way in which he wants to be. That's just his particular ethos that he adopted. So that's just the way he is.
Yeah, which is a bit harsh when we're critiquing him and saying this could be better. This is how we would do it.
That's the thing with Mark Sargent. I don't think I could do it better. There's only one Mark Sargent, and his job isn't what we do. He's out there to gather the newbies, yeah? And actually, our style, I don't think, would suit the role that Mark plays, yeah? He's very amiable. The way he'll, frustratingly to us, the way he'll engage with people and allow begging the question with people. He's a gateway to flat Earth, isn't he? To use that phrase. I don't think he's sorry, mate. I don't think he's criticisable by us. For us to apply our standards to it, I think it's unfair on Mark, because if I was doing his job, I think I'd sooner do it like he does rather than address it like this, which is, like I say, it's not necessarily to win the argument either. It's just to keep presenting some of the arguments to get them in people's heads. That killed it.
You're right. Like, so, think about it. Imagine Neil being the liaison for Flat Earth in the way that Mark Sargent has been. And how many people would have just, like said, no thanks.
Neil's there to give you a slap after you've been in this for a while. You accept it, but you keep drifting off back wanting just so stories. That's what Neil will shake you and wake you up to.
Yes. For example, early on, I called Mark Sargent on the phone, spoke to him. You know why? Because he had his cell phone number out there, and he had an open invitation. Hey, call me on my cell phone, bro. So I was like, okay, I will.
Well,
That's
another
why.
thing.
See, a lot of people, man, that don't know the history. Yeah, a lot of people that don't know the logistical history. When Mark first got involved, he actually put out all his personal public information and had an open invitation to be called on. And a lot of people did, right? All right, go ahead. For example, there's a story where Mark was being called by some people, and he's like, "Oh yeah, how you doing?" And they're like, "Oh, we were trying to get a hold of Eric Dubay, but we couldn't get a hold of him. You're the only one person we could find."
Oh, I've come back to total silence.
Nah, only asymptotic silence.
Asymptotic, as in the flat plane used when describing the entirety of the known universe. That asymptotic.
Sure. Yeah. We were talking about how Mark Sargent early on was one of the main flat earthers that was able to be contacted, because he was one of the only ones that was putting out all his access information. So he got a lot of interviews with people who told him, like, look, we're trying to reach flat earthers because we're recognizing that this is happening now, and we want to, interview them. We want to get their opinions, blah blah blah. But we can't find anybody. Now we tried to get a hold of Eric Dubay. He's a mover and a shaker supposedly, but there's no way to contact him. He never answers anything. But you got your phone number, so we called you. So come on our show and talk. And he's like, okay, I'll be there.
Yeah. From an accessibility point of view, Mark's got it pegged. You're right.
Still haven't heard him lay out the Black Swan once.
Yeah, I mean, the point of this wasn't to have a dig at Mark necessarily. Just advance the arguments in the minds of other people listening, who might only be here because of Mark. You know what I mean?
I guess so.
Mark's great. Yeah, it's got greatest proofs I ever heard.
One of the proliferated permutations of logarithmic logistical allocations of the algorithms of the YouTubes was actually largely in part to his series, Flat Earth Clues, which was co-opted under a Commons license and remade by many people and put on their channels. And so it permutated the algorithm to millions upon millions of views. And all it was his little Flat Earth Clues, and then they changed it. One guy did to They're Hiding God with the Greatest Lie Ever, but it was just the Flat Earth Clues, just under a different title and a different channel. And that algorithm from his content actually caused a lot of people to have segues of their content, right? So just like you say, well, Mark's never presented the Black Swan. Well, Mark leads people here sometimes, does he not?
Yeah, you're right about that, because I'll never forget when I watched that video. The Empty Theater, and it's Twilight's own voice.
Chapter 1, The Empty Theater.
Yeah, had me hooked, man. I got to give him that. Cannot take that away from him. Well, you can still do that in advance, can you not, AI?
You do what? What'd you say?
That's great. Everything he did is great. He could still do that and advance. You don't think he could advance?
No, he can't. No, he can't. No, his ethos is the entry level intermediary between people coming into the topic. That's who he is. That's what he's decided to be. That's what he's identified himself as. So if he puts effort into the other part, he's going to lose that other part, and then we're going to lose what he has to offer. So you see, the problem, Neil, is people can't be everything all the time, right? It's too much work for one person. That's why many hands make light work. It's just like, Neil, like the Bible says, that some people are this and some people are that, but they're all one body with one mission.
Oh my God, it's exactly what Righteous was saying this morning. But yeah, they were all in the body of Christ. Right? They were all talking the same thing. Are we all talking the same thing in that debate?
Well, Neil. Well, it clearly says in the Bible that the allocation of gifts is differential, and each person has a different gift. Some people are a toe and some people are a finger. Can the toe say to the finger, I have no need of thee? Can the nose say to the foot, I have no need of thee?
I understand
right? So
all of that.
If he's not a toe, right, but the point is that Mark is a toe, Mark is a toe, and you're a finger. Right, so you just have to be a finger and let Mark be a toe, okay?
Okay, they were all in the body of Christ. They all fitly framed together to make the body of Christ. Are we all fitly framed together
correct,
to
Neil,
make the
correct, Neil. And the argument from the scripture is that although you're all on the same team, you each have different roles to play. And you have to let other people play their roles without holding them in disdain. That's the argument from the scripture. So you're just wrong, Neil. I'm sorry.
What I'm saying. He's not. How do we know? They knew they were all on the same team because they were all preaching Christ.
Yeah, fair enough. So Jesus. Yeah, fair enough, Neil. So Jesus answered the question himself when the apostles said to him, "These other people are teaching a slightly different doctrine than us. Should we go shut them down?" And Jesus said, "No. If they're preaching things that are positive towards us, don't stop them." So we got the apostles weighing in and Jesus weighing in, Neil, plus AI weighing in. So that makes it true beyond a reasonable doubt. And therefore I'm right and you're wrong, and I win.
You're missing my point totally. Well done.
Well, no, I'm not. It's irrelevant whether whether Mark Sargent is a legitimate flat earther or not. If his actions help our cause, then so be it.
I'm not specifically talking about Mark. I'm meaning the whole body, supposed body in general. Not talking about Mark. Mark is useful, yes.
So it should, Neil, should the whole body be a toe?
I'm not part of the body that some of them are part of. I'm sorry.
Okay, but should the whole body be a toe is the question. The answer is no, obviously, right?
Dave Weiss is not part of the body of Flat Earth. Kieran is not part of the body of Flat Earth. Not in my opinion. Whitsitt is not part of the body of Flat Earth when he's talking about geocentrism and ESA and all the other nonsense.
So we need to have the Council of IKEA and have our denominational schisms.
Baby.
That's right.
You know what it is, AI? My son finds these videos that are producing nothing but nonsense and he shoves them in my face. All the stupid things they say.
Well, I mean, you could rebut them and be like, look, those things are stupid. I agree. But you can't, throw the baby out with the bathwater. Here's other arguments, right?
No, I tell them straight out, they're not part of us. They're not part of Flat Earth according to what they're saying.
I mean, dude, flat Earth isn't a monolith sentient agent that has an opinion of itself, is it? There's plenty of quote unquote flat earthers, right? Who are genuine that are wrong in a lot of things.
Could you say the same thing for the Flat Earth Society?
Well, look, there are people that are probably card-carrying members of the Flat Earth Society that are genuine and just got involved with that at an early stage because they didn't know any better, right? Versus the people who are actually promoting it, who are probably just a bunch of asshats. And look, if you want to establish a doctrine, a creed, a statement of faith from which flat earthers must profess, and transversely, if they don't, they can get burned at the stake as a heretic. I mean, then by all means, write your doctrine and get people to sign up to it. Good job on you if you can accomplish that.
Let's do it. Get rid of them. Whack them all. You either say Earth is measured flat or you die.
The problem is, Neil, that you yourself, throughout the history of your growth, have said some pretty stupid things. That at that point in time, if we had a creed and a heretic's accusation, you could have been burned at the stake then, right?
Yeah, but that was before I found Flat Earth Debate, and I got educated.
Okay, so there's the answer, Neil, that everyone is on a journey, right? So you can't carte blanche negate somebody's progress just because they're not arrived where you're yet.
Yeah, that's called a curse of knowledge bias.
In 10 years, Flatsy.
Interestingly enough, in any organization, right, there's usually people that are allocated to deal with the noobs who are on the up and coming, right?
I have to check
AI,
myself
I
on that
never
curse.
thought you. I never thought you as a sympathizer, AI.
No, I'm just wise, Neil.
In your own eyes.
Neil, if the whole flat Earth was made up with guys like you, nobody would want to be a part of it.
That's unfair.
No, it's not.
I'm not even going to respond to that.
Well, yeah, there's nothing to respond to.
I think that's true. I think he's actually one of the most loved panel members in this show.
Yeah, but see, the problem is that when people join quote unquote the quote unquote flat Earth community, they're all at different points in their stage, right? They all need to be handled differently, right? Like you got to
No, I
meet
think
people where they're at and bring them up, right?
no, I think I burned more bridges repeating some of the nonsense that have been promulgated by people like Mark Sargent. People like talking about ether and stuff. I think I burned more bridges and bringing out what the actual topic of is. It was a flat Earth by clumping it all together. I think actually that is more of a put off than say calling it a journey.
Oh well, look, if you dilute it to an infinite permutation of ideas, right, then ultimately do have nothing but just infinite possibility, right? So you're really not offering anyone any truth at that point. You're just offering them the same smorgasbord they had before, right?
Yeah, that's right. So especially if we get into like the whole etherite community, you really convolute the thing. I mean, if that's how you got to the flat Earth, then by all means, more power to you. But uh, for some people, they actually find that just more pseudo. It looks like more pseudoscience.
Well, that's fine, but that doesn't mean you can't have the discussion, right? So the history of this topic and the history of quote unquote science, allegedly, is dripping with people who believed in ether, right? And so it has a historical impact, regardless of whether it's true or not, that led us to where we are today, right? And so being able to understand those concepts and speak to people about them in a manner in which you can bridge the gap of their lack of knowledge through the process of actual knowledge to a conclusion at the end that, well, maybe all these things are all hokum because they're all based on interpretation. And maybe you need to, come to this conclusion, right? Rather than just be they're interested, right? And so instead of elucidating to them where they went wrong, you just tell them, oh, no, you're wrong. Ether's stupid, and you're stupid for being interested in it. And you should be up to date with what's going on. And I ain't got time to bring you to speed.
Hey, I have a lesson of life that maybe people haven't heard about. But you know the lesson of when you point your finger, you have three more fingers pointing back at yourself. See, the problem is that the abused will sometimes become the abuser. So you got to be careful not to become the bigot that you were a victim of when you first start. Because, like AI said, everybody's on their own journey in life. You learn things at your own rate and pace. So, got to be
For
careful.
example, a lot of us have the benefit of having been involved with this for the greater part of a decade and having seen the arguments evolved from their inception to the present day, right? We're so far advanced
I'm not.
beyond the average person that it's hard for us
I'm
to
not.
sympathize with where they're coming from.
I'm not talking about the genuine seekers, and I know you know that.
Genuine what?
The genuine seekers of flat Earth that are looking into it, and they're just coming into it, and they're getting hit with all of this stuff. I'm not talking about those people. You know damn well who I'm talking about.
I don't. Who are you talking about? Seriously, who are you talking about? As far as I can ascertain, Neil, that's everyone. We've all come via the same path up until now. We're now making it an attempt to repave that path along a different route. Just to say, well, we're appealing to these other people. They're all coming on the same path, though, aren't they? They all get here via the feast of nonsense.
For example, well, I didn't hear it. Some Glober DM'd me to ask me about the final experiment, right? And for those who don't know, the final experiment is this idea that if you can go to Antarctica and witness a 24-hour sun circle, that would definitively prove the Earth is a globe. Now, some top quote unquote flat earthers have allegedly conceded to this proposition that if I could go to the Antarctica and see the circle of the sun for 24 hours, the Earth's a globe ipso facto. Now, of these three people that were allegedly accused, someone confirmed to me that Jaron at least plausibly said it, and the other two people are Dave Weiss and Ed Whitsitt, which I haven't confirmed that that's the case. So far as I know, I just have a Glober in my DMs trying to gaslight me, right? But either way, if it's the case that somebody says, oh, if I witness the sun circle for 24 hours in Antarctica, then the Earth must be a globe, that doesn't even logically follow.
It only follows if you assume antipodal positioning. But to get to antipodal positioning, you're measuring a flat plane.
But you also have to assume that your directionality of viewpoint to the sun is a ray to a physical object relative to your position, right? Which you can't confirm from your position because all you have available to you is optical information. You haven't been to the sun to validate its location relative to your position in free space. And nobody else has either.
No. The only thing we can usefully validate is where it's above at a given time on the ground. That's it.
Optically.
Optically. Yeah, but if you're talking about a GP, it is obviously observed to be optically above your position at that given time, but the positional data and the time data is real. The physicality of the location above your position on the ground is irrelevant. All that matters is where it is above the ground, because that's what's being utilized. That's the practical application for it. Again, if Jaron, Dave, and Whitsitt have said, I would concede that Earth's a sphere based on there being a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that tells me that if that is the case, which I doubt it is, these people that claim these things are often lying. But if they did, I'd say, well, they don't understand the premise of how Earth's measured. Because you couldn't concede to that if you understood how Earth was measured. Meanwhile, I've had somebody who spent 18 months in Antarctica do an interview with me called Robert Shortman. And he made it very clear there is no 24-hour sun down there. If you what you're going to top that? You're going to send us down for 18 months? Not that it'd make any difference either way. It's hard to know what tack to move forward with people like Mark Sargent, right? He's his own guy, he can do whatever the hell he likes, but by the same token, in many ways, he's contributing to the Feast of Nonsense path that we're trying to repave. So if anything, what do we do about that? Other than critique him and point out where we would do it better, which is what we've done today. Beyond that, what else can we do? With Mark specifically, because I like Mark. In other words, I would concern myself with helping him better his argument, because we can do that for him. Others, I don't care. If you can't better your argument, and I've attempted to try and help you better your argument at that point, it's like, no. Mark has never done that to me. He's always been very, very willing to listen. They think, yeah, good. As to repay that kindness, I'd like to, instill some better arguments, so he's more effective.
Maybe do more interviews.
That might be something we could do. Invite him on and just chat with him and say, look, I don't expect you to watch 2,000 Flat Earth debate shows, but having had 2,000 debate shows, we can now tell you what the best arguments are, which ones win and which don't. And which ones are detrimental to our cause if you promote them. Like ice walls in Antarctica.
As far as I know, he still has a call-in show every Tuesday. So anybody on the panel or listening that's so spry that would like to engage with Mark, in a non-hostile manner, I would suggest, he's available. Always has been, by the way.
I like that Mark has built up such a level of respect that even AI would say, approach him in a non-hostile manner. That's the level of respect we have for him, though, isn't it? My point is
But
that
it's also respect for the process, because if you do approach him in a very hostile way, you may end up having your conversation not last long enough to make a point.
right, and you'd want to influence Mark because he's very influential. Whereas there are others who you could argue are equally as influential, who I couldn't give a toss about massaging them into a better argument. I don't care anymore. You know what I mean? Mark, I do. I concern myself with Mark. Not in a weird way, but you know what I mean? I want the best for Mark, is what I'm saying. Not true with other flat earthers in the arena. Some other flat earthers.
Now you're talking my language.
Neil, there are at least 2 flat earthers at any given time that the majority of flat earthers hate, and that should make you sleep well at night.
Certainly not me. Everybody loves me.
Engaging with you first, but you have no clue what I'm talking about. I stopped engaging.
Fair enough.
That's a good. Hi guys. That's a good thing, though, isn't it? Do you not think that us, like the flat earthers, need to have a debate just within themselves? Like, isn't that a place we could go or not?
We did. We had a debate this morning with Matthias. It just ended up with him behaving like a typical globe believer and rumpusing us when he doesn't have any understanding of what he's talking about. So we do. In fact, in many instances, we're debating with flat earthers more often than not now.
They happen with Jaron.
I mean, you'd think we'd actually have more to agree on than disagree on, in a sense, wouldn't it? And actually, because like the process we've come, especially from your show, like how the process of really going into these, going into every aspect, which normal flat earthers don't seem to do they? They don't go deep as like you guys have taught all of us, sort of thing. On that deep level where you're always having to upstrap all the flat earthers who haven't done their homework.
Yeah, it's lonely at the top.
Exactly. I get the body part thing now. I'll agree to that. Where's the head?
Neil, the analogy is that the head is Christ, bro.
The head is what?
I know what the analogy is. We're not talking about Christianity, AI.
You say the head is Christ?
No kidding.
Yeah.
When it's in Scripture, when he's talking about the body of Christ fitly framed together, yes, the head is Christ. And that was my point.
I've been told countless times.
They were all Christ.
I've been told countless times that what we are doing here is God's work by Christians. Now, I'm not an over devout Christian, nor do I profess to be. But the amount of Christians that approach me personally and say, you've got to keep doing what you're doing God's work. I'm like, but I hardly talk about God. Some of the people on the panel do, and they're like, no, you don't understand. There's a greater good at work here, and you're doing it. Keep doing what you're doing. That's the sentiment I get from Christians, often.
Right, because they fell into the belief, the world is, that it's in the Bible that the earth is a sphere. Look at Danny Faulkner. And when we come out and we're demonstrating that it's measured flat, I mean, that's clearly totally against what they're saying. But yet the church believes, and I'll say, well, no, even in the born again believer churches, they all think we're living on a sphere.
Bible mentions this, that there's a large portion of people on the earth that deny how the earth arrived at the present state it's in today. Right? It describes that these things that happened in the past, in regards to the way God created and the way the worlds, which means ages, came and went, is denied by people in the present day. And it causes them to have a misperception of their position relative to the world and relative to their creator. Right? So the Bible describes this, that's the illusion that's on people's minds. So by destroying that illusion, right, you reset them back to quote unquote the truth. And if the truth is the ultimate good, right, then you would be doing God's work, wouldn't you?
That's kind of the sentiment that people have put to me. You put it a lot better than I did. Exactly. Well, I'm not necessarily saying I agree with that. I mean, when people put that to me, I'm like, well, actually, I'm just paying my mortgage. Or struggling to pay my mortgage.
Doesn't matter. It's getting out there. You're demonstrating that Earth is measured flat. They live on a flat Earth, not on a ball.
And there's a good point there, isn't it? Because, like you said, everything below this is a feast of nonsense, isn't it?
For the most part, yeah. The majority of what was discussed on the show we just covered was feast of nonsense. Kubrick, ice walls, azimuthal maps, domes. What else was there? Shining. Movies. Yeah, it's all feast of nonsense.
Go watch this movie. And when you're done with that, watch this movie.
My favourite part of that particular piece that we just covered was the part where the guy goes from talking about space and anomaly hunting. In the same breath, he went to Antarctica, didn't he? It was the ideal segue for our opponents. So you say there's a lot of anomalies in NASA footage because they're hiding whatever in Antarctica. That is play-by-play the textbook definition of how our opponent would want to be opposed. It does seem like too big of a task. You know, the pathways are well trodden to this subject now. Well trodden with feast of nonsense and conspiracy. And there's not a lot we can do about that. Not in a short period of time,
Nathan,
anyway. Go on.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, did you ever? We were actually talking about you in another server the other day. I want to say like a week ago, and we were just talking about like kind of like the growth of flat Earth, and how it's even getting bigger now, and more people. Like if you look at comments on social media and TikTok, on Instagram, anything having to do with space, like showing the hideous, like so many people, different accounts are like, oh, that's fake, it's flat, bro, wake up, like why are you still stuck? Like I don't know why Globers think that flat Earth is dying. Like just read the comments in some of these social media platforms. But what we're talking about, we were talking
Just to
about
answer that,
in
just
the
before you
sense
move
of,
on, it's got a term, it's called
go ahead,
wishful thinking. But carry on.
Okay, so we were talking, yeah, true. So what we were talking about is, do you remember when on the Joe Rogan show, Eddie Bravo like mentioned you as being like, you are killing it, like you are the guy to listen to. I was gonna ask you, did you ever like invite like Eddie Bravo to come on the show, or did you ever have him on the show? Like, I mean, he has that connect to Joe Rogan. I thought, and San Cipollone, all these other guys, that are reaching a large audience as well. Just have you ever like considered like even bringing that guy on? Like he said that years ago. Like what was that? Like 9 years ago, 10 years
Yeah,
ago? He said.
he and I have actually stayed in touch. I don't know how, but he got hold of my phone number, something I definitely don't give out, and just started texting me. And yeah, I'll text back and forth with Eddie Bravo. And the last text he sent me was to say, I'll have to have you on my podcast at some point. So I'm sure that will happen eventually.
Yeah, that would be cool. Like I think
It wasn't
Well,
InfoWars,
let's
by the way.
not
It was just to get the videographer right. It was on Sam Tripoli.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Centripoli. Sorry.
Yeah, look, guys. The circle of separations are closing in a lot of people's spheres. So, for example, Joe Rogan used to be like, "Oh, the moon landing's fake." Then he went, "No, it's 100% legit." Whereas just in the recent past, he's having Bart Sabrell on to talk about how the moon landing's fake, right? And then you have all these other guests on people who also, bump shoulders with Joe Rogan, talking about the nature of reality, right? So all these things are confluencing, and when you do cross promotion, the algorithms keep connecting people, and it's eventually going to be the case where the audiences are going to demand that people like Joe Rogan actually have like a legitimate flat earther on, right? It's going to be like, look, Joe, we're sick and tired of waiting around. Just have a legitimate flat earther on already, for goodness sakes. Quit being a pussy.
And,
It's going to
you'd
happen,
hope,
dude, in the near future.
and you'd hope they'd put, Adam, mine, John's, Quantum Eraser's name to the top of the list. You'd hope. That is to say, if you're that guy who's seen the cross-pollination because of things like Joe Rogan covering different subjects that are intertwined but with different guests, and then you go, I want to actually see you cover this with a real person that knows what they're talking about. You should talk to Quantum Eraser. That would be the way I would hope it goes. Or Nathan Oakley, or whoever, Neil.
Well, let's say, for example, it doesn't go that way, and the first guest he has on is Mark Sargent. And so, in reply to that, a bunch of flat earthers have a spaz and basically look like a bunch of retards in the public eye, or they take advantage of the opportunity as another stepping stone to then use that circle sphere of influence to close the target group shorter and shorter, and maybe be patient. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that is the way it's going to go. That is going to be how it has to be approached. Because in terms of having a sphere of influence within the flat Earth community, we don't have that anymore. We are shunned by a lot of the people in this community. Why? I don't know. Well, I do know it's because they like using the word science a lot.
It is going to be interesting in the next couple of months here. Just information as rapid as it's going. It's going to be interesting to see how things play out, especially with more mainstream avenues are finally, I think, being more in the public's eye. To when before it was kind of censored, suppressed, didn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Some of these guys, because it ruined careers. If you even thought about, if you had made mention, like what happened to Shaquille O'Neal, you said Earth's flat, then he had to go back. Oh yeah, I was kidding, because those guys are bought and paid for, and they can't say things like that. But when you have individuals such as yourself and stuff, like you're not worried about your career in a system in Hollywood that can get tanked and destroyed just because you simply say, "Yeah, the Earth is flat."
Well, these people play
But
to
it
an
seems like
audience, don't they? They're all playing to an audience,
right.
me included. And if the audience that they are playing to turns, doesn't have to be the majority, just some turn, then the attitude changes. According to InfoWars, they just had a section of people who are their viewers saying you should talk to a flat earther, exactly as we're suggesting. And they got Witsit on. Great. That's how it happens. In other words, if you're cheering for flat earthers are idiots, and there's 100 people in your audience, and 10 of them go, no, I just don't believe that. Yeah, I don't tolerate it. That's garbage. Yeah? Suddenly, the person who's like, oh, I was expecting at least 99% affirmation when I made that statement. And when you don't get it, your attitude changes. Suddenly, you're not singing to the choir anymore.
Yeah, good point. Good point. That's almost like I said, like look at the platforms, the comments on all these videos. You can tell that it's a lot more. Even the younger generation now too. Before they used to mock it. Before it wasn't cool. Before they laughed at it. But even within them, they're starting to realize, oh shit, we're lied to.
Somebody
Yeah,
gave
but
us an
it's also
example.
happening on a microcosm. right?
Okay, go ahead, AI.
It's happening on a microcosm as well. So we're talking right now about generally media presence, right? But this happens in people's lives. So, for example, in my life, there's a flat earther guy who's mocked and ridiculed, right? Because his way of dealing with the issue is very abrasive, very toxic, and very unlearned. So the people around him treat him as dismissive. However, I'm in his sphere, and people who know me know how serious and grave I am about certain topics. So they come to me to get the intermediary sense of, well, what's this topic about in relationship to our topic? And I'm speaking about specifically within a church, right? So I have leadership of the churches speaking to me directly about people in their lives who are flat earthers. And they're coming to me for what? Well balanced expertise. Because I can talk to them on a level that they're willing to listen, and I have a lot of expertise in the subject, right?
Yep.
So this is happening. It's happening.
There's also plenty of people who described his experience with what I can only assume is Simon Dan and Professor Dave Explains YouTube channels, which is to say he got there having had an inkling that the moon landings weren't true, and he was 99% certain that they were true. But then as soon as he comes across the anti-flat earther videos on YouTube and they say, you're an idiot for looking into it, his exact words were, that doesn't work on me. You're like, yeah, there's loads of people that does not work on. Now, yeah, you've got the majority. Yeah, the majority of the consensus it does work on because the majority consensus is stupid. But when you're trying to appeal to people's intellect with a subject like this, you don't necessarily care so greatly about the masses. It's nice to have 100% affirmation from the people who are cheering along with you as you ridicule flat earthers. But as I say, it only takes a small handful of people. Let's put it a different way. If you've got a good product and everyone raves about it, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a success. But you only need one person to moan and bleat about how terrible it is, and everybody pays attention to it. Yeah? So by contrast, if everybody is oh yeah, of course flat earthers are stupid, woo, yeah, go girl, then you'll carry on doing as you do. But it only takes one person, maybe not one, because you can easily dismiss them, but a handful of people, like I said, maybe 10 in an audience of 100, yeah, to say, I just don't agree with that. And the person saying it will pay more attention to the negative feedback than they will to all of the other idiots chanting and cheering. And that's what it'll be. I've given the analogy with a bus stop. There'll be someone sat at a bus stop just talking about flat earth, and the three people around them don't prick their ears up and ridicule them. They go, oh, yeah, I already knew that. Yeah, I'm actually aware of flat earth. I'm no expert, but I was aware of it. Or something like that. In other words, the person who's at the bus stop mocking flat earthers suddenly doesn't get everyone in the bus stop around him cheering and going, yeah, bloody idiots. One of them goes, well, actually, I have heard of that subject. It's quite interesting. That's all it takes. Now, the other example, I'm nearly done, is the guy who came on the other week and was saying that he was sat on an aeroplane just making notes. And the guy next to him went, are you a flat earther? Like, that's all it takes. The guy next to him on the row, that isn't him or the guy asking if he's a flat earther, will hear that and go, oh, right. So this is just something that gets discussed now. On an open aeroplane with everybody in earshot, listening to, presumably over engine noise, but you know what I'm getting at. It's not exactly the bus stop example, but it's close enough. And if it doesn't fall in the general public sphere as being, oh, well, it's fine to ridicule, or I should automatically ridicule this, then the tables turn. There'll be a tipping point, and it won't be 50-50. It won't be you need 50% flat earthers to tip the balance. It won't be like that. It will only take a handful of people in a group to tip the balance, in my opinion. But for up until now, in the last 10 years, it's been the one guy. Neil is a perfect case in point. One guy goes up to his priest and says, you're wrong about this, and one guy can be dealt with as an individual and dismissed. A group that isn't standing in front of you telling you, I don't think you've got this right, they're murmuring in the pews at the back of the church, that's a big problem. Then it gets addressed. I think that's where we are at now, if I'm honest. Maybe
Where
1
there's
in
a lot
10
more.
people. What do you think?
No, I would agree. Like I said, like just seeing the comments, just seeing the interviews that are now being, you know, set up and they're getting a lot of views, and there's a lot of people sharing in and weighing in on the positions, and like you hear it, you see it, you like you said, you're on the plane and someone asks you, "Are you a flat earther?" Like then you realize, oh wait, there might be like 3 flat earthers on this plane right now. But before, you never would have known, or no one ever would have talked about it because they were like like quiet and ashamed, and like maybe like like they didn't want to be ridiculed because they have a a personal come to a personal conclusion to where that they can realize like, wait, but I'm by myself in this because back then years ago there wasn't too many around you, that you only found them in these little servers. Like that's where, only 10 people in the morning. Yeah, that's probably the only 10 people talking about it at that moment on that, at that time. But I'm just saying now it's gone so big. You go on TikTok and there's like 3, 4, 5, 6 live streamers, people live streaming, and they just have like a group of people talking about it, like just all flat earth, like, and
But
it's spreading.
that's also a problem of perception. So today, there's no flat earthers around you, but there's 100 people around you. Tomorrow, 10 of them let you know, at least by insinuation, that they're into flat earth in some manner. So it's actually that they were always around you.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're just
that's what I mean. There's more of
exactly. They're
an
just
alert awareness.
exactly. There's more comfort level in the guy on the plane going, "Are you a flat earther?" In other words, there's
Right.
more people that are just aware of. The guy asking isn't a flat earther in this example. It's a real example. Someone gave us this as an example personally, as in they'd experienced it. But the guy asking is not a is not a flirf. He's just intrigued with what the guy next to him is doing, and he's not bracing against it instinctually. He's just asking, right? But then, like you say, there's a comfort level in the guy next to him that hears, oh, that guy just asked him if he was a flat earther, and they're not ripping each other's heads off. Or he doesn't even consider that that should be the case, that they should be ripping each other's heads off. It's just like, that's an interesting conversation. Because to control the narrative, you've got to create an idea in the society that it is carte blanche ridiculed. Whereas in reality, I don't think it's the case. We have enough first-hand testimony of people saying, oh, I don't get that experience when I go out in the real world. It's only on the internet. It's like, what, where they can control things? It seems like everybody that's a flat earther gets ridiculed. Isn't that interesting? Not like that in real life, and it doesn't take much, because the general populace makes up the people who are put on a pedestal and ridiculed. And like I say, if they're all mumbling below the pedestal, suddenly the guy who's whipping the guy on the pedestal goes, the audience isn't cheering for me. What's going on?
Right. That does change it. And you know what too is there's back, if let's say the ridiculing and mocking was happening, then even if somebody that still believed in the globe was maybe slowly doubting, like because maybe logic was seeping into their brain finally, and the light was about to be turned on, but because there was ridicule, because there was mocking, it would like just scare them back into their side, like fall back in line. You don't want to be that guy getting berated right now and being called an idiot flat earther. But with more people now coming out, like, no, yeah, we have been lied to, and this and that, and the logic is finally, then they could maybe be more comfortable with even getting into the conversation without being a jerk about it. Now they could actually like ask questions, like, because now they're kind of like you're saying, like they might take a different position because it's more comfortable now to be having those discussions.
If things continue to progress, the people who've got something to concern themselves with are the anti-flat earthers. Because, in my best estimation, they're all of the same variety. They're all cowards. Now, they're seeking affirmation bias by bullying people. Again, demonstrably cowardly behaviour. The minute the tides turn, these people will not cope. We've been hardened to the abuse that we've suffered from day one. They haven't.
It's true.
Right.
In other words, they require the other children around the sand pit cheering them on while they pummel the loser. Right. As soon as those people stop cheering, their power's gone.
Exactly. And they won't be able to cope with that. Yeah, they are here for affirming their own bias and fame. And when they lose one or other, they're completely screwed. When they lose both, tragic ends might ensue.
Only time will tell.
Good day, fellas.
Hey, D.
Yeah, you give up your YouTube channel.
Again, Neil?
Yeah, you give up your YouTube channel.
What, like conspiracy cats?
Yep. Truth is too painful. Take my channel. You fight it.
Yeah, that's what he did. At the point that he gave us a flat earth to make his globe argument. Pretty much what we're doing in 2024. I'll give you a flat earth for this angular resolution description that I say proves a globe. You'll give us a flat earth for that. No, you'll need a flat earth for that.
Exactly. He had no choice. He didn't give us nothing. Unless, of course, you can get their measurements off a sphere.
Right, I'm going to make a cup of
You know
coffee.
what's funny?
Go on.
I was going to say, on the micro scale compared to the macro scale that they claim, what so-called gravity, sorry, does. If that was the case, I just thought about it on the micro scale as far as the carpenters and the architects. Why don't they just build things, with these curvy shapes like floors and and pools and I mean, what if it exists on a macro and a micro scale because it's keeping us down here, why don't they build everything with curves? Why do they have to level the floor in the building? Why do they do all of that? What's the necessity of it if gravity can keep things down and control everything? Funny.
Oh, gravity?
Yeah, gravity. I think that was me and Richard G's word. I think me and Richard G came up with that long time ago.
Yeah, that's right. So the problem is that argument sounds rhetorically powerful, but it's actually very flaccid and impotent.
Well, we're not
Because
going to get
the
into
scales we're working about.
male genitals. We're not going to use male genitals.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you're allowed to say gravity, and then you're gonna critique me for saying flaccid. Get real, dude.
Don't say flaccid though. I just heard that word used on the comedy. The guy, the girl was talking about
Maybe
the
it
guy's
hurts your
thing.
feelings, but I mean, check this out, Holmes. Check this out.
I'm not your Holmes.
The scales we're talking about I know you're going to take it personal, and you're going to always bring up personal things rather than let me make my argument.
You just need to fall back on how you talk to me, bro. That's all I'm saying.
He's going to antagonize you, D. Just let him get to the end of his point, though.
Yes, I'm doing this on purpose, bro. So every time you react, you're just proving my point. You see. So the point is that argument sounds rhetorically significant, but it has no weight to it because the scales we're talking about, regardless of what idiot Glober claims we need to account for the curve of the Earth, the fact is that in their worldview, the alleged curve or forces are irrelevant. So to make an argument that they should be accounting for it is to fall into their feast of nonsense like a victim.
Correct.
No doubt. But I would never do that against a baller. I'm holding a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Chop that
So
up
you're
between
going to
your eyes.
denounce your previous statement that your argument even mattered?
It wasn't a fucking claim.
No swearing.
It was a fucking conversation.
No swearing.
D.
Oh, sorry.
I know. Look, I know it hurts. I know it hurts that something you thought mattered was actually irrelevant. So it's time to man up and own it.
But there's nothing to own.
Oh, you're either going to man up and own it, or you're going to double down and just prove my point. This is the whole point we've been talking about. We've been talking about before you arrived, flat earthers who spew nonsense, and how we're going to deal with them, and how we're going to critique them.
Then give me credit for being right on time.
We're considering
even knowing
stripping
it.
you naked and setting you on fire. I mean, it's only reasonable.
Exactly.
I was right on time.
So the correct thing to do is to concede that the rhetorical argument that you made, any meritorious point that's allegedly in there, is felonious and erroneous.
So don't ever do that again. Hear that, audience? Don't do what I just did.
You lost me at meritorious.
Can you not hear Dean taking...
I know what he meant. I know what he meant. I know what he meant.
Dee's having actually a sense of humour and humility about this, and I appreciate it. It's what he's being asked for. He's doing it on the spot with good grace, and he's getting interrupted by Neil, of course.
Yeah, but hold on. We got to give credit where credit is due. We got to give credit where credit is due. Since he conceded amicably, he now has 200 points to spend in the Flat Earth merch store. Yay!
Or you could double it. You might lose it all.
No, I get you.
I'm only making that joke, Nathan, because after you left the other day, we had to have this huge philosophical discussion about whether it's immoral to accept remuneration for your efforts, even if the topic that you're talking about is a truth topic. So in other words, these morons think that if you're talking truth, you must do it for free in all manners. Otherwise, you're a bad person.
Where did that originate from, I wonder? Because don't get me wrong, I obviously know what you're talking about, yeah? You know, well, we had it from that, we suspected it was Emma, we don't know, Emma UK. But the person with the tofty voice, who's like, that's the real reason you're here, because you earn a living from it. You're like, okay. So if somebody's selling a product, the real reason they're in front of you as a rep trying to sell you their product is because they want to earn a living. Yeah, that's correct. Does that mean that they're lying when they tell you they've got a really good product and show you how good it is? No. Does it mean that because it's true that it's actually really good, they don't deserve remuneration for it? It's absurd. Where did this come from? It's like every single person in existence that puts that claim to somebody else is, unless they're a tramp, earning money for doing something. It's like, yeah, but you can't do that and earn money for it. Why not? Well, because you're disseminating the truth to people? Surely they should get that for free. They do. It costs them zero. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that was one of the arguments they had to slip in there underhandedly, and I had to correct them every time. Is that it's required to pay you to get your content? And I'd tell them, dude, all of Nathan Oakley's content is available free, all of it.
I wish it wasn't.
100% of it.
I really wish it was all behind a paywall because I'm poor. But in some ways, and I'm smiling about this, that is partially why that is the case. Because of the charge that's put to you when you first get here. I've heard so many YouTubers say it as well. Oh, I'm talking about this political issue. There's a guy called Danny, and he's moaning about the transgender agenda. Whoever's on mute, please can you go on mute? He's moaning about it, and he's saying that because he's moaning about something from a political and truthful standpoint that challenges the current narrative about inclusivity, he won't monetize. I'm like, I've left him at least 2 or 3 comments going, why the hell not? You finally picked up some popularity after 5 years of making videos to 30 people. Now you're getting 25,000 views a video, and you don't want to put adverts on them. Why not? And because I can only assume, in the same way, he's been told, you can't monetize this, it's the truth. Well, why not?
It's a tactic, bro. Think about it. If people are told and convinced that they're immoral if they accept money for their efforts, then it's going to stifle their logistical ability to proceed with those efforts, correct? In other words, the lack of money is going to cause you to not reach as many people as you otherwise could have, et cetera, right?
Yeah, that's exactly the case. It's only just dawned on me since you've said it in this tone. But you think, why isn't everything I do behind a paywall? Okay, so you want what? So I can offer it up to swine, and they can tell me I'm wrong. without actually looking into himself. Like that Alex guy on that 9-hour debate that got published yesterday. He's not read Einstein. He doesn't know what science is, doesn't know what theory is, but when we say there's no scientific theory in Einstein, he says we're wrong. Why we're wrong? Give me the paper, I'll go read through it and I'll find out why you're wrong. You're like, what?
No. In fact, Nathan, interestingly enough, I've never accepted any money for my content, but the majority of my content exists off the coattails of other people's content. For example, I'm a guest here, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, I do pay money here, not an exorbitant amount, but I do spend money other places. So I'm actually willing to put my money and time into this effort here, right, to help other people. And I'm always giving them opportunities to spend their money, because a lot of people are like, look, I don't have skill. I'm not good at speaking. I suck at arguing, but I'm into this 100% and I want to be a part of it. So I tell them, hey, why don't you just go to a stream that's not necessarily flat earth, but they're talking about an ancillary topic, and just drop a few super chats of nuggets, breadcrumbs to lead them to the way you want them to go. And that might cost you $20, right?
Exactly.
And so you could go to a stream with 100,000 viewers, drop $20, and now 100,000 people have just seen the thing you think is important.
Exactly. You go to whoever with 100,000 subs that's got 500 people watching live, and you drop a $2 super chat saying, you do realise Earth's measured flat, right? Something to that effect. A little nugget. Costs a couple of bucks. That was what Infinite Plane Society, guy with the penguins, that's what he did. Exactly that. Now, unfortunately, I'm too poor to do that, and when I do spend super chats, I typically give my money to other people I know. Like, it used to be Arwin, not anymore. But nevertheless, Quantum Eraser, or whoever's broadcasting, it's like, yeah, I'll drop you a super chat. I think that's important. Show the community that you are willing, even when poor, to support others in your own community, financially.
Yeah, Nathan, imagine the contrary-wise position. So we're in a community. We're all in the quote-unquote same team. But we all agree amongst ourselves that we're not allowed to pay each other or accept payment. So now what do we got to do? We got to get ancillary payments, which reduces the amount of time with our families, and we basically have to become slaves to each other for the content. It's like, dude, which is more moral, to just pay the person or tip the person who's offering you something that you otherwise wouldn't have, or to tell everyone that they have to be a willful slave for your consumption of either entertainment or information? Which one's more moral?
But they have no problem paying taxes, right?
Well, to be fair, nobody has ever said if you don't pay a super chat for Nathan's show, we are going to arrest you and put you in prison.
No, I'm referring to that NASA's government, isn't it? Do we pay for that actually?
Yeah, you do.
I always had trouble with that one. How do we pay for NASA spending 52 billion, whatever it is?
Or wages.
You're saying they take it out of your wages.
No, I'm saying they're paying it in wages to other people. It's coming out of your tax money.
Speaking of that, Nathan, I was looking at my PayPal thing. I'm still sending my donation, a gratuitous donation to you, right?
Yeah, I always say thank you. Do you not get my emails?
No, I don't know. I don't be checking my email unless somebody tells me I'm about to send you an email. Go check it, confirm it, like a receipt or something.
Well, you'll
I
always
just
have
want to
a
make sure.
you'll always have a thank you. If you send me money, I'm definitely going to be saying thank you because I am very grateful.
Okay. I'm talking about like a routine pattern, like monthly or whatever.
Oh, that's Patreon.
Patreon. I'm saying you're still seeing it, right? Because I don't listen to the show in the morning and say, speaking of Patreon, didn't it? I like to think, I don't hear that anymore. So even though my name's been mentioned, but I'm trying to check to see on my PayPal, and I'm like, I can't see your name on there. It just says Patreon. But I don't know who the Patreon is going to, if it's going to you or not.
I don't think you're on my Patreon. If you've been paying someone on Patreon, it ain't me. Because I'll shout you out daily unless you'd specific. There's a couple of people on Patreon that have specifically said, do not shout me out publicly. Prior to joining, and in one case after they'd joined. They're like, I know that you shout out your patrons daily. Please don't shout my name out. So occasionally in the list, when you hear me shout out patrons, I'll kind of hesitate and pause because the order's changed slightly. And then one of the names that I've done it a couple of times, I've actually shouted out people who've specifically said, don't shout me out. And then I've gone down the list and accidentally read their name. Well, after the fact, I'm like, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. But unless have asked me to remain anonymous, I don't shout you out on my patrons if you are one. Because you're not. Become a Patreon. Links in the info box. Anywho, I'm truly fascinated with who came up with this idea and how it came to pass that the public would suggest that you shouldn't be paid if you're disseminating truth or contradicting a narrative, more likely. It just seems like a controlled opposition way of shutting down your opponent. If you convince your opponent's audience that they shouldn't be earning money from telling you what contradicts what you say, it ultimately just means your opponent's going to be poor as all hell, doesn't it? That's all it means. And we are. Or I am. I know I am. I'll speak for everyone.
So let me tell you one of the guy's arguments. His argument was, okay, flat Earth isn't proven conclusively. Therefore, you shouldn't accept money for disseminating the information. That was his moral argument.
That's hypocrisy out the yin yang.
Hold on. He's saying it's not proven, therefore you shouldn't be taking money for something that isn't proven. I would agree. Witsit shouldn't be earning a living from telling people about ether. Because it's bullet. It's just nonsense.
Exactly.
Don't make... But that's the complete antithesis. That's saying don't make money from lies. That I can get behind. You shouldn't be making money from total bullshit that isn't true. Yeah, I'll get behind that. Now, in the mind's eye of the opponent, when they say, no, you shouldn't be making money off flat Earth as a flat earther because Earth isn't flat. Oh, well, no, that's just an invite for you to debate me so I can tell you how it is and prove you wrong. And in so doing, earn money as I do so. But
my point was, Nathan, that I was doing it, and now I don't know why I can't find it. It must have had a cycle to end. I don't know what's going on, but I need the link. If Divergent or B or anybody could put it on my personal thing or the Master B or whatever, because for the link that I used few years ago to do it, so I can get back on it. So I don't know what happened.
Cool. I mean, it's a useful segue for me to shout it out to the audience. If you did want to become a Patreon, there's a link below every single live stream and pre-recorded Uncut and After show. So there's a link to my Patreon and Ko-Fi and all the other squillion ways I've got for you to give me money if you want to. You don't have to. There's no forcing anybody. And you get all the videos if you don't want to pay if you go and subscribe to the second channel.
I listened to it again last night.
Right. We won't even excommunicate you from the Flat Earth Church.
We've been excommunicated already.
We built our own church.
Right.
He's outside.
What's going on? Adam. I'm going to have to mute him. Right, I'm going to mute all in G+. You'll have to unmute yourself if you want to talk. I didn't know that button was there. I can mute everybody in Discord or in G+ all at once. Very handy.
What?
There's a button, mute all. So rather than scratching around moving the lists out of the way so I can find the list of names with you all on them with the 3 dots that I can go in, click, and then click mute, and then it says, are you sure you want to... No, yeah, I'm definitely sure. At the top, there's mute all. Just press that and everyone's muted. Not very rarely.
Hold on, you've done that to us. You've done that to us before.
Done that to you?
Muted us all at once.
I've done that to you.
Should have done it to you.
No, I've done it to you. You think everybody else is.
No. We had a whole conversation one time. Chocolate could be my witness. Oh, he's not here. But you had us all muted and we were having a nice conversation.
No, that's different. What you're saying is when the gate's closed, when the line's closed, and I'm talking to the audience and you guys just pipe up, then there's one or two things that happen. Either I've manually closed the line, which I must be able to do so I can round out shows and things, or the gate's closed on your line because I'm talking. In which case, it doesn't matter how much you talk, you're not going to force the gate open. If I pause for a second, though, like then, the guests on the Fundy side have figured out that if you can just time it well enough for me to pause for a second, not take breath, but just have a tiny pause, there's enough time to get between the gate and force it open for both lines. And they do that quite frequently. So sometimes you're like, you can hear me telling them off for talking through me because I can see the line dancing up and down. And then I'll just take a tiny pause and then you'll hear them getting through the gate. Because they're talking non-stop. But no, I don't mute it all in Discord. I've only just figured that out. That's something new to me. It's always been there. It's always a massive button. It's just not a place I look on screen. But I have had to mute you, specifically you, individualistically, once or twice in the past, Neil, yes. Because I'll say...
Only once or twice?
Because I'll say, Discord and G+, please just allow me and this posh bint to just talk together. And then everyone in G+ will go quiet and then you'll start talking. Like it doesn't apply to you.
Oh, obviously I didn't hear that.
Fair enough.
I usually obey the rules.
Why would the truth be free? If you want to take a course in the truth about electronics engineering, do you go to your local college and go, I'd like a free course, please? Well, it's the truth about it, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's just absurd.
So wait, this conversation happened after we left? Or is this total somewhere else in another server?
No, it was the other day after politics.
Oh, with that lady. Because there was, I remember the one that Brian thought was Emma. She started that whole ball rolling.
Yeah, fair enough. But I'd just like to posit to the panel and anyone thinking that if you're constantly speculating on whether that person was Emma or not, then Emma has successfully mind-warned you, and she gets a victory. It's better to just ignore that concept.
True. I only bring it up just so people could remember who we were talking about, because I can't remember the screen name, and I just remember Brian suggesting that it was her.
Yeah, me too.
The screen name was Bitchy Queen Lady.
Politico.
Yeah, but I changed it in my mind to Bitchy Queen Icon Lady.
So it is Emma UK.
No, it sounded to me at first like an AI version of some, your England Queen, and the icon kind of fit. So at first I thought it was somebody speaking through an AI.
That is how people sound here. I've spoken to many people that sound like that.
Or they sound very erudite and posh to try to have an air of superiority over the plebes.
No, the air of superiority is something separate. Just the way she spoke, that tone is relatively common in the upper classes. That's how they speak. That is, it sounds like a contradiction in terms to say it's common in the uncommon, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Back in the day,
She did a horrible job, though.
Back when I was a rep, I was selling expensive stuff. And therefore, when I used to arrange to go to a dealer because they didn't have the particular product because it was 50 grand, I'd have to bring it along from the factory. Sometimes we'd have to physically make it because we didn't have one. And you take it down and some posh person would listen to it and decide whether or not they were going to spend the 20 grand or 50 grand or whatever it is that was put in front of them. So you can imagine that for the most part, not always true, far from it, but there was an air of poshness about the people who came and looked at that, or my product that I was selling. So you deal with snooty people like that. And when I say snooty, I mean the tone. I mean the sound of their voice was snooty, not necessarily the tone or demeanor like with that particular individual. You can be perfectly pleasant and speak like that, is what I'm saying. It wasn't.
Well, everyone knows you gain IQ points if you talk like that.
Say again, him's sake.
I said you gain IQ points if you speak that way. Just kidding.
It's very annoying. Whoever it was, very annoying.
I don't see anything wrong with speaking like that. Like I say, when I've interacted with people who speak like that and aren't unpleasant, you don't give it a second thought after the first 12 seconds of them speaking like that. In the same way, if you speak to somebody with a broad accent, it only takes about 10 seconds before you phase it out. Really don't pay it any attention after that. You know, like the Scottish guy.
It was annoying because I could hear it was not genuine.
She wasn't
There's
genuine.
no way.
The accent is irrelevant. The tone of that's what I'm trying to drive at. It doesn't matter if she's saying it in an Indian accent or a really posh English accent. It's the sentiment, not the tone, not the accent. But I think you're right. Whoever said she's doing that to create an air of superiority is absolutely correct.
I'll take credit for it. It was me.
Only because I think that person was putting on that accent to a certain degree. In the same way I could easily imitate it.
Yeah,
one can easily
you
speak
did a
like
better
this.
job than her.
Pardon me? Go ahead,
Exactly.
Neil.
I said you did a better job than her. Pardon?
Well, that's because that's how I'd have to speak to those people. You, when you're a salesman, you tend to modify your behavior to match. It's called mirroring the person that you're dealing with, so that they warm to you. So you mirror their tone, timbre, cadence, all of those things subtly. You don't just immediately start talking in a Scottish accent. That's not what I mean. I mean, you subtly mirror some of the intonation, some of the timbre, some of the tone and pacing, things like that. In fact, you have to work quite hard not to do it for a lot of people. Most people will naturally do that if they empathise with the person they're talking with. And you have to deliberately, I do it all the time. You'll hear me intentionally do it when I stop, slow down and put an emphasis on each and every word. That's so I'm intentionally not mirroring my opponent. I don't want their empathy, in other words.
So wait a second. My father, there was this group, the family group, they had a speech impediment. So they would, as soon as my father would walk in the bar, they'd say, "Hey, Tony, how you doing? No time, no thing." And my father would talk exactly like them to them, and they never got insulted.
Yeah, because he's not doing it to insult them. It's obvious to somebody who's listening back if you start talking like they talk, as they talk, with them. That's to say you're talking collectively with each other, and you naturally start not impersonating them, because I impersonated that woman, but you start taking on some of their characteristics. Now, sometimes it's obvious to an outsider like that. If you're talking to somebody who's got an obvious speech impediment and you start forgetting to roll your R's, then that's obvious from the outside in. But for the person that's built up a bit of rapport with you and knows that you're not taking the piss, that it doesn't even cross their mind that you might be taking the piss, because you're not. You naturalistically just do that. You mirror people. That's what people do.
It was the funniest thing ever. I used to be rolling. I couldn't stay there. He would have a whole conversation with them, not miss a beat.
My uncle used to do that, Neil. So he used to go motorbike. He'd go motorbike racing, and often he'd met a lot of people from Holland. Have you? He was in their company. He'd do this the Steve McLaren, which is English football man. He'd put this Dutch accent on when he's talking to him. So instead of just saying, "Shall we go to the pub now, lad?" He'd go, "Sure, Tony. Shall we go to the pub?"
Yeah, there's one step above that.
That's my uncle. But the Dutch actually found it easier to understand what he was saying than me talking to him like this. Instead of saying, "Shall we go to the pub, Tony?" He did it like that. As Nathan said, the same timbre. It was easier for them to understand if he, "Sure, we go to the pub, yeah?"
Yeah. The other thing that people will do, and this has got a medical term, is called echolalia. Anybody ever heard of this? Echolalia
No,
is
but I didn't know.
the same principle as what I've just described with mirroring people's cadence and tone and timbre, but with physical attributes. So, at an extreme example, one woman starts chatting with another guy sat down, and then they get up to leave together from the restaurant or wherever they're at, and the guy's got a limp. Now, after about 6 months, you notice that the woman who leaves this restaurant same day each week with the same guy also starts to limp in the same way the guy does. That's called echolalia, where you imitate the physical attributes of the person that's opposite you. Now, I could have used a much more simple example, like when you will mirror someone's physical actions, like crossing your legs pointing towards them when you're chatting. That's a similar thing, but at a much lower scale. But an extreme scale, people will physically imitate, in some cases, physical disabilities that somebody else they're talking to has. That's called echolalia. Yeah, it's not normal stuff. This is how you behave. But, you know, you've got to be able to experience it. Or, I like how you all went to AI. What makes you think that somebody would be incapable of just putting on a posh accent?
When I heard it, it sounded, because I was busy Friday. I tried to go back when I got in just to hear it. It sounded a little overly enunciated. There was a point where, you know what I mean? It was a little bit fake, for the purposes of flexing authority. It sounded like it sounded very parody like.
So the reason why I assumed it was AI is because routinely in that channel and in that server, there are people who have AIs of personalities like Trump or whatever, and they routinely come to our channel and they speak that way. And so my first instinct was, oh, this is just another one of those AI characters.
Oh, I see. Now that's different. Now that's an example I can get behind. So yeah, you've seen people using voice generators to modify their voices to sound like Trump. Ergo, when someone comes in with a posh, modified sounding voice that you can hear of an alteration in the audio track at the beginning of them talking, you go back and listen. Don't get me wrong. Now that you've said that, I'll pipe up with the bits I noticed. I wasn't going to say this, but now you've said that, I will. If you listen to when that woman spoke, she starts talking. There's a slight crackle of audio weirdness, and then it kicks in nice and strong, without any background noise, without any audio chaos, without anything, like it's been processed. But prior, like for half a second when she first starts talking, you can hear there's something going on, and then it gets clear. You go and listen. So I think you're probably right. Now you've given me an example that I can get behind. I think you're right. I wouldn't have said that observation if you hadn't said that AI. I didn't know that was the case. So you're already well aware that they're using AI voice generators on a particular server. How interesting. Anyone else knew that? None of us
His
watched.
name is AI. Of course he should know.
Well, we're not in there. Know thy enemy. It's just we didn't know they were our enemy. We just didn't enjoy watching, so we didn't watch.
When somebody's first words are nice, and it sounds a bit phony to me.
Just wasn't very bright. It's like, my name's Nathan Oakley. Who do you think you are? I just told you like 10 seconds ago. Whoever it was, they knew me, as in they've got a vague understanding of watching the show, to the point where they know my wife's name.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking she was talking about Paula from, Bible U.
Hey, I got a witty retort, Nathan. I'm going to give you on a discount, only 25 cents. Okay, so the witty retort for 25 cents that you could own is, when they ask you, who do you think you are? You'd be like, exactly the person that I have no idea who they are would come to talk to me. That's who I am.
No sale.
What? Man, all right. Admittedly, I only worked on that for 3 seconds, so that's a fair
Fair enough.
refusal.
Wait, say that again.
He probably can't.
Look, I could make it more witty, but the basic answer is this, Neil. That person showed up to speak to Nathan Oakley specifically. Nathan Oakley has no idea who they are. They know exactly who Nathan Oakley is. Otherwise, they wouldn't have showed up for the express purpose for a chance to speak to him.
Yeah, like all of them.
So you're saying it's more relevant who does she think I am? Right?
Exactly.
Not that it matters. Who cares who I am? They want to make it personal, and there's people in the community that like that. They want the fame. Now, obviously, it's hard for me to say I don't. I'm on YouTube, right? I'm making videos. I'm putting my face on camera. But in realistic terms, my interest is in regards to the subject. I can get passionate about that, as opposed to you seeing me and knowing who I am. Like, I'd rather... What I look out for when I'm looking for videos is not, do they mention Nathan Oakley? It's, do they have a good grasp of the argument? Are they punting feast and nonsense? In other words, my primary objective isn't to make Nathan Oakley famous. Grow my channel, earn more money, pay my mortgage as a byproduct of what could be perceived as, well, that's just directly connected to you being famous, isn't it? Well, no. I've become infamous for having good arguments that I've got from lots of sources that surround me to make what I say and what they say true, powerful. But that isn't me. That's not Nathan Oakley. It's what I say, as opposed to me as an individual. But when you see other people, I'm not going to mention any names, Witsit, they're out there for the fame. That's what he's out there for. The two go hand in hand, however, though. So if you're going to get your message out to a lot of people, you've got to, it goes hand in hand. You're going to be well known if that's going to be the case. It's not fame for fame's sake. You wouldn't say for 1 second that Jordan Peterson is become famous because he's Jordan Peterson. It's like, no, it's because of the subjects he talks about. No, he's never going to become a poster child. He's never going to be a pin-up model. You know, he's famous because of his opinions on subjects. Yeah? Not because of his crazy suits. Or what he looks like on camera.
Famous because he refused to cook.
That's more famous because he refused to cook in recent times.
Yeah.
I won't do it, eh?
All right, hold on, friends. I need to translate for the Western audience what those bastardized Englishmen just said was cuck, C-U-C-K, not cook. Get it right.
Yeah. Cuckold, as in...
Don't explain the sexual reference, thank you.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't going to then give the definition of a cuckold. It was as in to cook like that. Cuckold.
Yeah, we're supposed to
Why
trust
do you
you.
say it?
It is a great word, but it does
right,
actually... It triggers the YouTube censor. So this video is not getting monetized now.
These whole few years have been trying to get people to cook. It's what the taking of the knee in sport is all about. Will you just subjugate your will? That's why these people get famous. That's why, what's his name, Lawrence, one of the actors. That's why lots of people who are standing up for the nonsense. First of all, they're attacked, but that's why they become popular to the masses, because it's so refreshing to see somebody not apologize for a statement that may or may not have caused offense, and after it has done, to then apologize. That's what's refreshing, that people stand by their words, irrespective of how people then react afterwards. And that's why Peterson's famous, and so lots of... What's his bloody name?
Lawrence Fox. You know what I mean? Famous actor.
Who's Lawrence Fox?
He's an actor who 2 years ago was just an actor. But he said a few things which I pretty much agree with, to be painted far right, to be pressure then Cook and retract statements, apologize for offence cause. And he became famous for refusing to do so, for standing by himself. There's lots, but that's why the people are getting popularized. That's why Tommy Robinson's back being popular. Because politicians, that's all they do say is just the popular bits, isn't it? Nothing of any substance. Just things that won't cause offence, but might go on a nod of approval with its ambiguity.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier about the anti-flat earthers. If the tables turn or the tides turn with 10% coverage of flat earth and the general populace, what your average politician is seeking is approval from the masses. And it's the same for our anti-flat earth counterparts, seeking fame and seeking approval. They don't want to say the bad bits. That's why when we go, why aren't they covering our subjects? Well, because they want to merely provide the affirmation bias that the person tuning in is looking for. They don't cover difficult subjects. They don't want to leave them with a minor idea that there could be something amiss here. Just deal with it at the base level, affirm the bias of the audience, and move on. It's typical. My kids have just come in and it's all gone silent. Might have to round out. Yes, Clover.
Odds law. Where's Neil when you need him? Or AI?
Well, Nathan has to leave because he has to go apply for a job at the grocery store because he's not allowed to earn money for talking about flat Earth, and he has to peddle groceries. So he needs his 3, interviews for the week before he can get his check mark of am I a good person or not.
Yeah, many a true word. Right, with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980, or if you didn't want to become a member and you did want all the information for free, a Nathan Oakley premiering stream for liking, sharing, smashing the super chat if you chose to do so, hitting me up on PayPal, Ko-Fi, joining as a Patreon, and all that good stuff. Obviously, a massive thank you to today's Discord and G Plus panels, again, for making the show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.